go. I think I should adjust the levels because, like, what music we do here, we can all hear it pretty fine, but out there it seems a lot quieter. I don't know. I'll have to re-examine it.
I don't know. Listening to the stream, it was fine.
Was it? Okay. Maybe it's just my like I can hear it just fine here at my computer, but when I try to watch it on my TV and stuff or my phone, I'll be like, I can't hear it that well.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely background, but I mean, it's just what it should be. But I could hear it running under things when I was playing the last week's episode.
Oh, that's good then. That's what I'm going for. I wanted to be drowning people out. That's not a. Well, rather, you don't want us competing with the noise, right? The music. Helps if I have it posted in the right places. I say there. Say it on my Discord. I say it on Divius Official Discord and on my Twitter account, so people have plenty of chances to see that it's going on. Plus Switch announcing it, of course, but you know, who pays attention to their Twitch notifications? Angry emails of people telling me I do.
What do you think about that new bed on the desk, Jazz? You like it okay? It's a good bed. Yes, I bought new cat beds this week.
And they're actually using them?
Oh yeah, cats love them. Well, there's this one like table I have with the cat beds on it by a window with bird feeders outside of it, which I call Cat TV, and they love it because the sun comes in and they've got birds and critters in the yard.
Nice.
Yeah. And Jazz always wants to be on the desk when I'm gaming, so I've always had a little bed on the desk for him. So, which if he curls up there, he's not curling up on my keyboard or notebook.
Righty. There we go. Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and we are playing 2D20 DUNE, Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris, following the adventures and machinations of House Belesia and its agents and architects. And we have a couple agents and architects who will not be here, but a new one arrives on stage. Well, not new to those who watched episode 0. You should know who this is. Apparently the Jabba the Hutt from a different franchise, but
The Jabba de Bada, Miss Takasukude.
In the tapestry of Silvanus, the deep forests loom as colossal entities, where treacherous terrain and beguiling creatures lurk. Those ethereal glows and the nocturnal embrace signal territorial guardians, creatures of soft luminescence that prefer solitude, may strike if provoked or inadvertently harmed. Yet within the shadows reside enigmatic living shadows, stealthy felines seamlessly woven into the fabric of the forest. The pursuit of sap, a delicate dance with danger, involves navigating through perilous branches where protective birds make their homes, allowing sap collection, but veiling the endeavor in risk. Gratefully, the majority of insects and arachnids pose minimal threats to humankind. Close to settlements, a veil of safety is woven as tree cover thins, and radiant lights pierce the forest, repelling most dangers. However, the paradox emerges. The richest sap yield blossoms in the embrace of the deep forests. Whispers of legend weave tales of Silvanus' displeasure, warning that if one disturbs its will too profoundly, the very forest becomes a malevolent force, blocking the path home. first place we look to is not to the high moon of Salutaris, nor to the rich palatial spires of the Palace of Silvanus, but instead deep in the dark of that deep forest, where reptiles gleam in light, every shadow threatens to destroy one, and very, very few live to see. Even deeper than that still, where only clan mothers of the tribes have ever walked, and the Reverend Mother of Silvanus. Pulling out character sheet. No, stop. Johanna Mershid, you have been guided by invitation of Silvanus Serafina Aurelia, the Reverend Mother, the one who saw the alliance of Valorian and Arconis solidified. Her words and her secret message is what guides you part of the way, and then Silvani tribal members start guiding you even deeper and deeper, until at some point, walk alone. Following very vague instructions, just the feeling of what you've been taught, and just recognizing what's dangerous and what isn't. And as you walk the path, you start hearing a distant drumming, and the sounds of the deep forest start to peel away into this very man-made sound, until you come upon a very unnatural clearing, very squared off, where you see various older women of all the clan mothers of the various tribes of the Silvani tribes, holding a drum in one hand and battering it like one giant heartbeat, just pulsing throughout the forest. You can feel it in your head and your chest. They're chanting as you start approaching. In courts far away in the Landsraad, this would seem altogether primitive, far away from the horns and bagpipes and chanting of other places. This place calls back to an era of humanity where old Terra was the only Terra. The home of, it almost feels for a brief moment that you've walked into a place of Earth. Mind you, the illusion is broken by the fact that the grass is blue, the trees are azure, yeah. and what few life that's here glows. Standing in the center is, of course, the Reverend Mother Serafina Aurelia. She's dressed in there's certain vestments of Bene Gesserit, a veil about the face, long flowing robes, various beads holding basically a rosary of types across her hands. But the rest of her seems to be cloaked in various hues of reds and mixed with strings of purple and azure blue robes. Her hair, a lot of it's very blue, indicating she's drunk a lot of royal blue tea. But you can see there's the hints of gray kind of streaking through it.
Okie dokie. As I step out of the trees, I kind of unwind the bit of shadow weaves, which is what I've been wearing as I trekked through the forest, because I know that's a good thing to do. Mm-hmm. And I have kind of wrapped a bit around my face and veiled myself with it as kind of like hijab, and I kind of unwind that around my shoulders. And Joanna is also has very blue hair from years of drinking the tea, and I will make my way with the shadow weave constantly kind of changing as I move from one type of foliage to another, to the Reverend Mother, and kneel before her.
She lightly touches the top of your head. And says, and murmurs, "The Almighty God watches over us. The Creator rots that which is around us. But it is we, of man, that control it." And she kind of kneels down to the ground, which kind of breaks some of the Bene Gesserit thing, as she's kind of coming a little level with you as a Reverend Mother. Because you're just, right now, you're just a sister.
Right. I'm a bit surprised. As is written, Reverend Mother.
Sorry, go ahead.
As is written, Mother.
She gestures, and very young folk come out from the trees on either side, carrying in their hands. From her right-hand side, you see that someone's carrying a big flat-bottom flask with this intensely blue liquid. It almost luminesces, but it's not that it's a light. It's just that it's so blue that any hint of light that touches it seems to make it pop against everything. And that's saying something for a world this blue itself.
Right.
You recognize it for what it is, as any Bene Gesserit would, as water of life. That which will bring agony to any woman that would imbibe it and kill them were they not trained in Pranda Bindu. And able to transmute the poison. And if you screw this up, right. Yeah, you're going to feel a lot of pain before you die.
Briefly, yeah, right. Yeah, Joanna's eyes will widen, and she, slightly, and she will look at a question at the Reverend Mother.
Her gaze looks straight at you, and you can feel her like looking straight through. She's watching every little micro expression, every movement. The way you're
showing
breathing.
Off your hyper awareness. I see how you are.
On her left-hand side, your right-hand side, someone comes out and sets out a rather ornate, almost a mix of porcelain with silver inlaid patterns on them. Tea set. A very traditional Silvanus tea set. Although it's not the kind the tribal people use much. It's more, I think, city people use. But, some people like the tea sets. They're fine. People out here will drink it out of nice porcelain just fine. They're not allergic to the stuff, sort of thing. And she very quietly and sedately prepares tea for you. Say anything more than that? You just hear drumming and chanting.
Okay, so this is happening. So I will use the few moments of the tea preparation to try and compose myself and settle my mind and spirit and body together, and kind of running the litany against fear in my mind as a kind of a koan and mantra to bring mind, heart, and body all together, or mind, spirit, and body all together for the trial that I know is coming and that all of me is about to be put through.
Give me a discipline difficulty 2 roll.
Discipline difficulty 2. How about with faith? my statement there is faith manages, if it
I think that would
applies.
make sense given the context of what you're doing.
Fortunately, that only brings me to a 12, but okay. So I click there, drive, faith. Ooh, could I argue maybe to use truth? My statement there is I will discover the truth. And in this case, I will discover the truth both about me and potentially a much deeper truth about all the people who've preceded me.
I would take that, yeah.
Okay, good. That is better. How many dice? Difficulty 2. I don't really have a reroll except determination, so let's go big and fun here at the beginning, and I'll give you 3 threat for 4 dice. Oh, goodness.
Generate 1 momentum so far.
Yep.
And due to the drumming and the chanting of the clan mothers, you also benefit from 2 bonus momentum.
Cool.
As you find that the chanting and the drumming, even though it seems very far away from the Bene Gesserit teaching grounds, once you start collecting yourself, you hear the hidden focus there. It's meant to help someone do what you're doing.
Okay.
Not, although you likely believe the clan mothers don't know that, because Mission Perturba, they're not told that
Right.
they're of help to the sisterhood.
All right. So perhaps here is where I should create a trait instead of an advantage, I believe it's called, since these to use these float. Excuse me. Something like prepared for the agony.
I'll take that, yeah. She sets the cup, instead of the 2 cups, she prepares a single cup and sets it in the grass in between you. And then she looks at you, looks to the flask, and says, "Pour."
All right, I will take the flask from the young woman and pour into the teacup.
Most people's hands would be trembling because you're literally pouring liquid death into a teacup. Like, this is incredibly dangerous what you're doing. And you could be wrong. She could be wrong about you, but you've prepared yourself, so you're very calmly pouring it.
Then I will, I don't know exactly how much of this stuff I'm supposed to drink.
Do you fill it all the way to the very brim, or do you put in just a little amount, just enough to imbue?
No, I mean, in for a penny, in for a
life?
pound. It's my understanding that it doesn't matter how much of this I drink. If I fail, it's the same result. So, yes, let's do to the brim.
Okay. You're able to keep yourself from overpouring because of your trait. Because most people, trembling hands is hard to stop something like that, especially with this big ungainly thing.
And I will hand the flask back to the woman.
He takes it from you, and the flask in the tea set are pulled away into the shadows.
And I'm kind of waiting for the Reverend Mother to do whatever's next in the ceremony, because I don't think Joanna knows. Or is this point where I just drink?
She says to you, the Reverend Mother Silvanus is a Reverend Mother. She is a sister. But she is a clan mother with no clan. She is a clan mother, all clans. When the savior of mankind comes, you are not to forget what you are. Drink.
All right, and I will settle myself and kind of in this kneeling position get myself into. Do you know how like the samurai used to do, where they would tuck their their kimono and hakama in so that they wouldn't fall at an awkward angle? They just kind of stay even after committing seppuku.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of the same thing, so that I can maintain as much physical dignity as possible.
Yeah, it's like, this could go badly, so I don't want to look silly when I hit the ground. I mean, you're gonna hit the ground one way or the other anyway, but
Right. If I die, at least let me die with a little bit of So, then I will lift the cup carefully to my mouth, and then I will drain the entire draught, and then carefully replace the cup on the grass between us.
Give me.
Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face
Discipline. Difficulty of 4. It's brought down to 3 due to your trait.
Okay.
Everything slows down to an absolute crawl. The drumming just is this long doom, and everyone's moving super slowly. You start seeing in the trees insects, instead of zipping along, they slow to a reasonable crawl across your vision. As apparently there's a lot of insects all around you. They're just moving so quickly that the human eye can't naturally see them without assistance.
Okay, so what is this roll for?
This is surviving the agony. Don't die.
Okay, could I argue understand, because I...
You could, because Prendibindu is it turns into more of a mental exercise.
Right. Understand and truth?
Because that's what's driving you, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Truth? Die. So you said it's down to difficulty 3?
Yep.
Okay. This is kind of early, but I think this is pretty important. So I know it first appearance of the character, she ganks. I would like to spend determination on I will discover the truth, the same kind of reasoning as before, both about myself and about the other memory.
I will take that.
Okay, so there's 2 automatic successes, and I'll give you a momentum and 1 threat for the 3rd die. Using focus. No, I don't have. Well, no, I don't think any of my focuses apply here. Ooh.
Just.
Yeah. For real. I had strength and determination.
And in a rush, everything seems slow. Everything seems intensely bright. And then, thankfully, the blue moon, the royal blue moon tea, does save you a bit from the. It takes away some of the death's cold touch from your throat, but eventually, the water of life is the water of life. It hurts. It hurts like you wouldn't believe. It hurts more than anything humans ever dare bear. And then the drumming, and you're just in silence. There's no chanting. It's almost like the two of you are by yourselves in this forest, and you're just in paralyzing agony. and all the memories start flooding to you. Questions you have, things that the Seraphina Aurelia has discovered, her plans, her machinations, the machinations of Reverend Mothers before, and the secrets and truths of Silvanus on its early founding days.
All this pours into me, in the physical world, back kind of arches, my head gets thrown back, and there are these, and amongst the howl, there's this, several snatches of a variety of different, wildly divergent languages, and just for a, what seems like a heartbeat, it's almost like machine code escapes in the middle of this. But just like it's this little glitch, like just the half-second howl of the modem, and then as everything pours into me.
When the agony stops and the memory becomes yours, as you are now Silvanus Johanna Mershid, you notice that it has been. You've been in this forest for at least a day, sitting here thrashing on the ground. You're sore everywhere. If there's anywhere you never thought you could be sore, you're sore there now. It's like every muscle got pulled at the same time. You basically went into a seizure. And you find yourself alone with the still and dead form of what was once you. Drumming's gone, the chanting's gone, and the clan mothers have retreated from the... If there's any land a clan mother of no clan owns, it's this place. This is their sacred ground. So they come here to see the change so they know who the new one is, who's supposed to be. Because if you came here uninvited and unbidden, every tribe who saw you would be obligated to kill you, to stop you from invading the sacred place. But now they know that you are allowed to be here, and this is your place. And they will make sure every one of the tribes, the ones that protect the deep forest, know it. Not everybody knows this place. They don't need to know. You also know that the deepest of deep lies that way, and the way out that way.
Right. What is traditionally done with the body of the previous Reverend Mother?
It depends on the new Reverend Mother, different, because each one comes with their own traditions, and that's sort of honored. The way here is to take the body into the deepest of deep and let it be contributed to Silvanus, shall we say? You know what I mean by that.
Okay.
Or the body you can carry the body out yourself, because the forest won't hurt you now. The deepest of deep will not hurt you. You carry the body out and have it sent back to the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood, and they'll take care of it in the various Orange Catholic manners. Others still sometimes just commit them into the forest. Others still leave it here in the sacred ground to rot and be consumed and allow the creatures to consume it. So it really depends on you. As far as the clans are concerned, as far as the tribes are concerned, this is your body to do with. No one will question what you're doing with it. That's you, essentially, or was you.
Okay, so Joanna, whose hair before had been slightly tinted and streaked blue, is now completely blue, shading from light to very almost indigo. And she will slowly gather herself, and through a series of stretches, and the Pranabindu will get her aches under control. And then she will
give me understand difficulty 1 to get those aches to go away. Pranabindu is letting you make the pain stop.
Okay, let's do...
I don't know why a human couldn't just make that go away.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, I'll do understand, and I'm going to argue for duty because I'm wanting to get this under control so I can perform a duty for the previous Reverend Mother and for Silvanus itself.
Certainly.
Okay. Wait, click there. Understand. Gonna do duty. What's my diff here?
Diff 1. Pretty straightforward thing to do.
Okay, let's see.
It's just pain.
That's true. I do not think I have any focus to apply here, so but I will buy one more die with threat. No focus.
Oops, wrong person.
Here goes
There we
nothing. Ooh, she's just barely making it today, kids.
Deep breath, a slight shrug, and there it goes.
So yeah, and without wrapping the hijab back around her face and hair, she will bend and gently lift up the body of the Reverend Mother into her arms and carry her into the deepest deep to return her to Silvanus. That's
Due to this action, 2 momentum to obtain information with if you wish.
ooh. Okay. Sure.
Because you're gonna be one of the people who has been in the deepest deep personally. Not everyone goes in there. Some people are scared to go there.
No, fair enough.
Some people are perfectly happy just to have the memory of it and go, nah, I'm never going in there. And remember, one day someone's gonna remember what you're asking. I mean, it won't be for, until the next Reverend Mother, but
All right. Goodness gracious. I have no idea what to ask about, though. Walking into the deepest deep. Am I going where I'm pretty sure I'm going to the secret heart of all this?
Yes.
Okay.
For those wondering at home, the player playing Johanna has asked me some questions before arriving, so there's some stuff that he already knows. It's a matter of also wasn't expecting to get these questions because I didn't know if he was going to go in here or not.
Yeah, so I really don't know at this point what to ask. But this is
Shall we? I will also point out to you that the events of because I believe you saw last week's stream. You are aware of that now.
Oh goodness. Okay, well, and since I'm aware of that somehow, who set the mastermind against the house? Oh, there's probably sending me a message.
Symbol. I will throw out too that if you had biffed this roll, you were going to be very badly hurt.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I'm fine with barely succeeding as long as I succeed.
It would have been weird for like the second roll you make to be like, so you want to make a character while we continue with the episode?
Right.
Hey, you wanted to be the Reverend Mother. I didn't say it was going to be easy.
Yeah.
There we go.
And because this is probably going to take you a minute to type, but when I get to the point where I can actually ask this question directly, I'm going What is it that Silvanus wants? And you don't have to send me that answer immediately. That may take a minute to type up.
Oh, that one I know. That's easy.
No,
one.
okay.
I need.
But he doesn't know who sent the mastermind. Interesting.
I need the. Oh, faster way to find that name. Faster way. We know it even faster. Forget when I have notes. What notes I've taken, which ones I just have in my head.
Yeah, it's just so much trouble being a good storyteller. Fucker.
Aha. The one behind the mastermind is the Viscount Hundro Moritani.
Moritani. Not Malavoy, the moon people, but that is engaged with in the family with the.
Say again, you broke up?
All right. You said Moritani, not
Malavolis.
Malvolis. So is this the leader of Moritani?
Yes.
This is a great house that's currently fighting House of Chaos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Moritani. Huh. Looks like
As
like
for the
War of
second,
Assassins is coming home.
As for the second, the will of Silvanus is such that Silvanus and its people and its creatures thrive and survive all that comes. Its moons see its future. That is all Silvanus has ever wanted.
Okay.
You may ask more questions with Thread if you want, because you're starting to go beyond. There's you get the feeling that these first couple questions were kind of like polite, like, "Hey, do you want to know? Like, since you're here."
Right.
Because you're going through a ritual that is secret to everybody and known only to the Reverend Mothers. Don't worry, that body is taken care of and will go to a good cause.
Right.
But, while you're doing that, it's like, well, since you're here. But now these are the customary things that others have done before you. It's just being polite, really. Why just stand there in silence? But, you can ask more, and it's more than anyone previously has ever asked in this ceremony. There's no rule against it, it just hasn't been done that often. It's been a few millennia, so.
Fair enough. Okay. Okay. Given the answers I already know that we've discussed and they've been answered before, okay. So, okay, here's one that's worth spending thread on because I kind of have a master plan. I don't know if it'll work. Given the proper resources and the ability to fold space, could this entire system be moved elsewhere?
I'm going to hand you back that threat. He doesn't know.
Very interesting. Okay, and this okay. With the knowledge I've just gained from the past Reverend Mothers, and what dangers? How long do we have till the dangers of the Kwisatz Haderach are upon us.
That. You have approximately 10 standard years. If you're lucky, 20, but likely 10. Based on certain calculations. Though there's a margin of error due to the limit of access to the wider Imperium. But, there's a margin of error of 10 to 20 years.
Right. Is House Beleza under the leadership of Erica potentially the fourth house?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's all I'm going to spend for questions right now.
Though I will add...
Oh.
The same can be said of Valorian, Arconis, and Malevolus. For these 4 houses saw the birth of Silvanus and its moons.
Okay, I'll spend one more then. Did the founders of these houses know the secret of the system?
They knew what the first Reverend Mother told them. Some of the earliest ones suspected the truth, but none wanted to question. At that time, the only people who could safely traverse Silvanus were the Silvani tribes. The noble houses that came after were in their period of nascent ascendancy. You're picking up the parts of the Battle of Carino and reforming in the Imperium. And House Beleza, for example, didn't really form. It didn't become a serious house until almost a millennia later.
Okay.
Mainly because they were so focused on terraforming Salutaris, they all the resources were spent on a very local problem. But there was a lot of suspicion, but knowledge was not something people had. Just,
Right. Okay, one more, and then I promise I'll quit, guys. It's hard. I want it. I want the information. I want it so bad. I've almost forgot what I was going to ask. Oh, why did Silvanus decide to ally with the Bene Gesserit, with the Reverend Mothers?
The goals of the Bene Gesserit and Silvanus align. If humanity is to thrive, although the Bene Gesserit have a wider goal of mankind across the known universe and beyond, at least on a local level, as far as Silvanus is concerned, and Agrestis and Salutaris, the interests align that far. So,
okay.
Besides
Fair
which,
enough.
somebody needed to be trusted with a secret, and the Silvani tribes. The first people to really make contact through the tribes was the Bene Gesserit, because they're the only ones through the Mission Proctivia that would have found out what's going on.
Okay.
So it wasn't really Silvanus reaching out. It was them digging for the truth and finding something. Someone very much like yourself, someone who just was unwilling to let a unknown stay unknown.
All right. After I have done what need to be done with Serafina, I will start making the trek back. With the Malevolus being involved so directly, it's time I got back to the house.
A new scene begins.
Ha! No momentum for you to take. My plan worked.
So, in time, Falstaff and Erica III Balesia, the machinations of the Mastermind have been thwarted. The Fixer Zenver has been captured. Certain thugs and smugglers scamper off to hide in their dark places, away from seeing eyes. Certain cultists are fade into the shadows. I will tell you that Cream Kabata is currently involved in reorganizing Fixer Zenver's power base to his ends, because he's pulled Fixer Zenver in as an asset. So instead of completely uprooting, he has to figure out how it can be reconfigured to benefit of House Balesia in particular, or at the very least him. Whereas Casper Strand's kind of going around. Actually, his primary thing is to be very close at hand to your heir, because this deepest strike during your funerary area, attacks during funerals aren't unheard of. It's not, but it's one of those. It's not a convention. It's not a great convention violation, but it's not conventional. One doesn't attack during someone's. Unless someone declared Canly against you, you're really not supposed to attack during your funeral. It's just bad taste. No noble would want to be known for doing that.
It's a good question. My understanding is that even Conley and War of Assassins need to be communicated first to the Lancerod, and only then.
Yeah, because you're supposed to know. You're supposed to be given everyone's supposed to be given advance notice.
Does because House Balesia is House Balesia? I think we're through a circuitous route under Atreides, not a Kaz, or are we under a Kaz?
You're loosely connected. You're under the aegis of House of Kaz.
Okay.
But their rule over these worlds is so distant that frankly, if a major house was like in power long enough, they could move to be a great house, because it kind of has their own problems back on their world. They don't have time to be messing around with a distant star system.
So does the declaration of Conley or the War of Assassins against the Kaz, does it naturally encompass House Balesia, or would the Moritani have to have called that out?
Understanding roll, difficulty 2. That's worth asking.
Understand justice?
Certainly.
We need a little help getting some momentum, so I'll spin one through it. I'm not gonna act. Well, what are you gonna do?
You're not entirely sure. The arts of Canly can get complex.
Can I ask to succeed at cost to know, even though I don't know if we're technically caught up in it, whether to retaliate I need to submit something to the Lancerod, or
I'll take succeed at cost. Whether or not they needed to particularly call you out, you're fuzzy on. But you do recall a particular battle on a Kaz when you were defending one of their assets. that you happened to maim someone in battle. Like, whoever it was, it didn't really matter. Battle can get confusing. All that mattered, as far as you and your fellow nobles were concerned, you cared that the enemy went away. That was the important thing. If that person was a Moritani, that might pull you directly into it, if not the entire house. So this may be a personal. You may have made a personal. You may have personally involved yourself rather than the entirety of the house. So to retaliate, well, anyone can jump into a can leave fight. It's just that if you do, you're in it now. You're in it until they forgive you. Or they say, please stop hurting me, whichever happens first.
What was the name of the head of the Mortani?
It is your mum.
It would not surprise me.
It is the Viscount Hundro Mortani. He's also in the Chronicles, one of the last entries. As you're pondering this, and Marshal Moonshadow returns from, and I'll note to you, Marshal, that the Mastermind. Would you bring that Mastermind back into close proximity to House Blizzard, or would you just kind of hold him in captivity at his hideout, his cabin near a lake? Moonshadow? Oh, you are back. Sure.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Where would I be right now? Sorry, thinking.
Well, I'm presuming you're returning back to report to the Falsgraf on what's going on and get your bearings, but also I'm just wondering what you're doing with the Mastermind.
With Mastermind, I'd be bringing him with me.
Okay, so
I don't really want to. I don't want to risk him. I'd probably ride back on the personnel transport and make sure he's under guard. Sorry about that.
No, it's time. And as if perfectly timed in a way that only Reverend Millers can manage, stepping into your fortress and into your court is Silvanus Johanna Mershid, looking a lot different from, a little more, significantly different from when you last saw her.
Yeah, she's like 10 years older. Like
Right.
20 years old or something.
With blue hair,
yes,
I don't think she would have had blue hair back then.
She has taken the opportunity to clean up and change on the shuttle ride from the planet to the moon. And she tends towards, she wears like the house colors, but it also is a mix of like blues and blue greens that more complements her hair. Very kind of apparently flowy things, but that also provide, absolute freedom of movement. But does Erica already know that it was the Mortani?
That has not been extracted yet from the rest of my note.
Cool.
Because he was only just captured.
Right. Then I make my way into the Falsgrafen's presence, wherever she is in the fortress.
What time of day is it?
It's probably middle of the night by this point. Because you've, the ceremony happened this morning, and then you've been tracking at it.
Oh, then yeah, then you'd have to go through several layers of attendants to get to personal quarters.
Yeah, then, perhaps in the morning, but there are a couple of espionage things I might want to kind of set in motion.
Such as?
First, I'd like to. I've got a political spy in House. Of course, the sheet doesn't show the entire word. Malevolus.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wanting to find out if they knew about this attack from Moritani, they were involved in supporting it or whatever, or not. Because with everything that's happened to them lately, they might be vulnerable to being flipped by Moritani.
Give me understanding. Difficulty of 2.
Understanding and truth, because I will discover the truth.
I'll take that.
We need some momentum. Always have to spin threat. Difficulty 2. So yeah, I'm going to give you 3 for 4. Espionage.
Mm-hmm. Good golly, Miss Molly. Gain 3 momentum.
There's a complication there.
And bonus momentum too. From the asset.
Oh, what's the
Yeah,
asset's
that's-
quality?
+2.
Oh, well, there you go. Very good.
So, oh wait, yeah. Are you letting us quash complications with momentum or nay?
No, because yeah, you're right. The my book, it's supposed to be either giving threat or a complication happens.
Okay, so I've given you a lot of threats, so I'm honestly just going to let that complication hang out.
Aha, yes. I'm going to say that the complication is you have a complication of being a little overwhelmed because you're prying into the plans within plans of a great house. So it makes you might have a habit of jumping at something that you don't see. So your complicated range for this will go up for a while.
Okay. Well, remember, I'm just looking at Malevolus here to see if they knew about it or were supporting it.
Exactly,
Not
but you're trying.
okay.
It's that idea of.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will tell you, it takes you check and double check and probably double check with your spy just to make sure. But it would seem Moritani, the Duke Moritani is far too involved with the transfer of the stewardship of Silvanus because he had to move out of the palace back to his moon. So he has 1,000,001 other things to worry about than messing with you right now, especially since the installation's tomorrow. So
you mean the Duke of Malevolus? You said Moritani.
The Duke Malevolus, yes.
Okay.
Because there's no Duke of Moritani. It's the Viscount
Right.
is the leader of that house.
Okay, so could it? I mean, was anybody else in the house assisting? It didn't necessarily have to be the Duke.
I could assist if you want.
Sure.
It's an understand roll to assist.
Okay. And in this case, I think I'll go with truth as well.
Yep.
Even though it's not my best. And it's just a single die to assist, right?
Correct.
Not using a focus.
Nice.
Oh, there you go. Generating another momentum. As you noticed, the House Spymaster, as I recall, is looking into things, and it's probably common that the Marshal and Spymaster... have you two worked before in the reign of the previous Falscroft?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I would have imagined that we have.
So you're probably like meeting in an office in the Fortress Landing, or do you have your office somewhere in the capital city?
Go ahead.
What's the Erica, what is the Fortress Landing? I mean, what is that?
It's a fortress in the. It is in the center of the city, and it is a fortress with high walls, and angled roof to protect it from all manner of attack.
Does it serve as our kind of headquarters and administrative center, or is that like a different structure in the city? Like, I guess I'm asking, would the Spymaster have an office there or not?
Possibly, probably. I described it last episode as being half palace, half barracks. Right? It's the place where Erica and all of her family have their apartments, right? In parts of the fortress, and it also is where the shield infantry and now the conscripts live and serve. So it's entirely reasonable that the the highest advisors have apartments and offices here, but definitely the broader bureaucracy is not here. So you're not going to have underlings that have offices here.
Okay, fair enough. So, yeah, I would say probably for doing this, she's at the, whatever the administrative complex is, where the House Intelligence Service has its facilities. She's at Langley.
Yeah. Is it in the capital city, or is it in its own separate township, in one of the towns?
I would say probably Joanna's the main office is in there, but there are probably other offices.
Well, field offices out in town. Probably, if I'd have to guess, it's like you cross a broad street, like an avenue,
right,
and then you're from the fortress, and you're at all of the different bureaucratic offices.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm seeing it too. Like, there's the fortress, and then there's the the federal style administrative building.
You just gotta cross the wide 6-lane highway that's totally there for traffic and not to provide wide arcs of fire.
Right.
Hey, you seem to be just within lasgun range of anyone inside the fortress. Go figure. No, you don't have cover. We can see if you have shields on or not. But yes, so you're comparing notes and going over the information. So you generate 1 momentum. There's still 1 float out in the wilderness there.
Okay, so I did ask if anyone else in the house had been in not the house, but in Malvolus had been, since the Duke was busy. Well, was anybody else in the house?
Oh yes, that's what the first point was for.
Yeah.
Let me check. Somebody probably would know something. Oops. GM roll, but that's the Countess Olivia Shadowbane the spy master to Malvolus is it's either involved or knew that they were doing something on their mount, because the fixer that was used was on the moon Agrestis. So unless the Countess Shadowbane forgot how to do her job, she would have known that someone was doing stuff on her moon. Whether she was looped in or ordered to do something, but I'll point out that Agrestis is under a Kaz as much as you are.
Right. So it's possible that, yeah, she's flipping or wanting to flip the house, or that she knew something was going on and decided it wasn't in the house's interest to do anything about it. So yeah, okay, good information there. Okay, so with the remaining, we got 1 float and 4 momentum left. Okay. Anybody think of a good question I should be asking with this information?
What's the source of your information again?
I have a spy.
Oh, okay. And the original question was
House Moritani involved in
House Malvolus.
House
Involved,
Malvolus,
yeah.
sorry, involved in this Moritani move. The Duke's way too busy with
I would
practicalities.
ask if there are any new contracts or marriages between House Malvolus and House Moritani.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. Any signs that Malvolus or Moritani, one way or the other, are reaching out to the other?
According to your spy, it does not seem to. That doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay. So it's 2 to create an asset and 2 to make it sticky.
Yep.
Okay. See, I'm going to spend those 4 because I'm going to need more information here. 2 to create the asset of a political spy in House Moritani, and 2 to make that spy sticky.
Okay. I was able to kind of trace back. You pull through your assets and find someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows someone, all the way back to probably less through your noble connections and more through the Bene Gesserit connections you have.
Right. So, but I don't think I'm going to do anything with that spy yet, besides just kind of, making sure it's in place.
Feel free to note that on your sheet.
Assets. See what the keywords are. Oh yeah, and that's about. I'll share what I've learned with the marshal, and then honestly, turn in and sleep for 12 hours, probably. After Moonshadow, thank you so much for your help. It's so good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see you too.
Your family, they're well?
Yes, they're doing quite well.
Your clan mother certainly seemed healthy.
Oh, you
Tell me.
had a chance to speak with her.
Not so much speak, but I did see her. And how are you finding Erica as the
I
fall's
kind of
guard?
look a little confused about that. Erica, I knew her from before she went off planet. It's a big role to step into. Makes sense she's still adjusting, but I think she'll adapt well.
I'm looking forward to seeing her. It's been years. But for now, and I kind of wince when I move a little bit, think I need to stretch and get some rest. It has been a tiring few days.
Are you all right? Should I call the doctor for you?
No, I'll be fine, dear. I've been communing with Silvanus and spending some time in the deep forest. It refreshes the mind and spirit, but apparently I have spent too long behind a desk and the body is weary.
I see. Yes. Certainly the forests on the planet are not for are to be treated with care.
Well, and you would probably know because at various points, as you rose and Jessica rose, Jessica's kind of Silvanus, so she, she has survival deep forest, so you and she have been in the forest together before, I would
Jessica?
say. Sorry. Joanna. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my bad. It's knowledgeable, tricky. So you're kind of aware that she spends time on the planet and in the forest, and with the tribes here and there.
Hmm.
So GM, I guess I should ask, is there, should I be telling Moonshadow as a tribe member that I'm now the clan mother of no clan, clan mother of all clans?
Yeah, you're the new Reverend Mother. It's your title to wield as you will.
Okay. I think Erica is going to be the first person I inform about that, however.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, because at most for Moonshadow, you would notice that Johanna has much bluer hair, which maybe she just imbibed more. Her imbibing has gone up for so long, her hair's finally changed. But that's a lot of hair change in one night. But you've heard of weirder. I will alert you all. Is there anything any of you do during the night other than sleep?
Not for my part.
No.
Did I miss something?
Is there anything you do during the night other than sleep?
Sorry, children.
No.
She's done her duty twice. She doesn't feel like doing it anymore.
Well, maybe not with the husband, but
I suppose, yeah, there's that. But hey, you get to be in the false graphics quarters.
Nice. It's enough to say that I stay in the false graphics quarters and have no house business to attend to.
So, by the following morning, I will alert all of you that the installation of the Steward of Silvanus, as adjudicated by the Judge of Change, is going to happen this afternoon. So you still have the morning and midday to yourselves. They were going to have it yesterday, but they were going to have it sooner, but then the false graph got sick, and then they're like, well, he might die. You know what? There might be, and when the funeral happens, like, you know what? The Steward of Silvanus can wait. Yeah, he's like, I'll wait. I'll let House Beleza attend to business, and then which annoyed House Malvolus a bit, but whatever. The Steward of Silvanus decrees, thus it is. You are free, and I'll note that you're free to. You should send somebody there, but you are free to attend with up to 4 attendants. because there's a lot of people going. Because Malvolus is sending people, the Silvani tribes are sending people, the various city officials are going, visitors from other planets are coming from the Landsrad, and representatives and so on. Supposedly, a representative House Carino is coming, but, you know, everyone says that Silvanus stewardship installation. And I'll note to you, historically, you have had, there would have been a installation of the Steward. Well, it was a bit of time ago. That happened it's 171 now. 10171 now. The House Malvolus was installed 156. Good. Check now. Yes, in 156. So, it's actually a significant amount of time. Never mind. It's been a couple decades while Malvolus
It's like
was in
15
command.
years.
Hmm.
It's been like, it's been. Is what you said? What you were saying? Is 150 something?
156 is when the House Malvolus was the Steward of Silvanus. They replaced House Arconis.
So it's been 15 years.
Yeah.
So
You would have been a child when the last one happened.
a teenager.
Yeah.
14.
That's true. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forget you're much older. Yeah, and I will note that it's not unheard of historically for it to happen inside the same generation, but generally it happens in 2-3 generations.
Yeah, so the same person was appointed and removed.
Yeah. So the Duke Malvolus is not in the greatest of moods, and that's not hidden knowledge. Everyone knows that because, you know, was the most powerful person on these 3 worlds, and now he isn't, due to some machinations and plans between Valorian and Arconis, and the Bene Gesserit, apparently. So, you know.
I will send word to the Marshal that she has the morning to talk to the mastermind, and that he needs to be delivered to the courtyard of the fortress for trial at the by midday, so that can be adjudicated before the false Graffin has to leave.
Okay.
Because currently he's up for attempted regicide, so he's staring death in the face.
I did note that Joanna was sharing her information with the Marshal about who was behind everything, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I will invite Joanna to breakfast then.
Sweet.
Upon her entering the room, Erica will stride somewhat quickly towards Joanna and go to give her a hug.
No.
Somewhat in an undisciplined, impulsive manner.
Yes, Joanna will enthusiastically return the hug. Ah, it's so good to see you after so long. Come, and she kind of stands back holding her arm's length. Look fantastic.
it's then that the necessity for decorum hits Erica, and she will kind of straighten military jacket and try to regain the semblance of authority that is necessary, and say, somewhat more sternly say, "You'll see you," and start walking back.
Joanna will give sort of a crooked grin. I'm sorry that I had to miss the ceremonies yesterday, my liege. Business of the Sisterhood and of Silvanus called me away. And much as I'm overjoyed to see you again, I'm afraid it might be best if we turn breakfast into a working meal. I have much to share.
As she is walking down the length of the table, will use her skill at innuendo to just say, perhaps we should wait some time and enjoy the meal, but attempting to communicate, with the false Graf and the heir here, both of whom she's not particularly interested in being engaged in politics, either at all or yet.
Sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't just two of us.
But after the meal and long enough to catch up on pleasantries, she will suggest that the false Graf see the heir and his brother to their lessons, clearing the room.
How old are the kids?
6 and 7.
Okay, yes. So during the meal, Joanna will have made much of her second cousins and will have brought each of them a small bag of blue candies made from the Silvanus sap. It's just another product. Nothing, toxic or whatever about them. They're just candy.
Bit of sap dressed in some ice, in some shaved ice sort of thing.
Yeah, and with some sugar or whatever.
Yeah.
Just having brought back little presents for her second cousin, she kind of, she kind of sees herself as, even though they're cousins, as their aunt kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. The age difference kind of hammers that a bit, eh?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And also, I mean, this is they've only been on this world for a day. They weren't born here, so
yes,
this would be the first time meeting them.
Joanna will definitely make much of them then, and
Give me communicate difficulty 0 as you kind of reconnect with as you connect with these children.
Okay.
One of them is the heir. It's important to keep him in good spirit keep him as friendly to you as possible as an architect. I mean, I imagine you're not being as nefarious as all that, but all the same, it's good to make one of the keys of power friendly to you. So that's why I'm giving you a chance to generate some momentum here.
But I mean, Johanna honestly is more going at this as family rather than, she's not really looking at a political angle right now. She's talking to the children of the family. But personality trait easy to talk to. Not that I really need to knock anything down since it's difficulty 0, but
Yeah, it just stays at 0. Yeah.
okay. I'd say neurolinguistics, but I'm not really trying to implant anything into their heads. So,
Question is, what drives you to do this? Certainly not power. We know that. That's not why you're doing it.
Right. It's that she has a 4 in power. She's not all that interested in power. Not really faith. I mean,
If it's family, then it would probably be duty.
I guess. That sounds a little dry, but sure, duty. I have a statement there. We are not born to serve ourselves alone, and these are the future of the family.
I'll take that, yeah.
I'll just go and roll 2 dice instead of giving you more threat. Don't really have a focus.
And it's a diff 0. You're giving candy to a kid, so it's not
Right.
hard. Here, like me. Ooh, candy. You're friendly. Please
Yeah.
don't take candy from a stranger. Not a stranger.
Right. Apparently, candy really helps. I got crit there.
Yeah, no, the kids are quite happy with their little. I mean, to them, this is a rather exotic. I mean, what would be common to you,
Right.
you two? Like, this is something you would have had as children yourselves. These two have been on a Kaz, a world at siege under bombardment, a world at war, in a way that most noble worlds usually aren't. And this is this unspoiled world with candies you can just have and know it's not rationed. You can just have it. So they're kind of happily. You can actually see that shadow of children who are used to war, sort of mentality about them. They're still children, but there's this coldness about them that kind of melts as they have their candies.
That breaks my heart.
Hey, kids need to be had, and war also needed to be had, and yeah, you can do both.
Well, see, Joanna's entire personality has changed since I first was creating the character. She's now not the stuffy, regal, intimidating Reverend Mother. She's very, open and smiley and caring Reverend Mother.
So yeah, after pleasantries are had, I will have the false gruff and them leave. In another, I guess, in a final bid to indicate that the false gruff is not to be included in politics, and Alphonse is too young to be included.
What about the consort? You having her go too?
No,
Oh.
because she is an asset.
Lady Franca Gallia.
Mhm.
I'd like to create an asset of having grabbed an Ixian dampener from the intel offices before I headed over this morning.
Oof. Okay.
What is that?
Do 2 momentum, or you can do a roll to see if you had that stored away somewhere.
Let's do a roll since we've only got 2 momentum on the table.
We will say. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Espionage focus falls under discipline.
I'll say I'll take discipline here. Difficulty 2. Yeah.
It's not my greatest thing. Discipline and truth, because I'm taking care to guard the truth here. Since truth doesn't all have to be a...
And it doesn't counter your drive, so I'll take it.
Yeah.
That's all I was double checking.
Espionage will be the focus. I really want to get this thing, so I might spend
You got
a little bit.
You haven't rolled yet. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll give you a momentum and 2 threat for 4. using focus? Yes.
No. Gain 3 momentum as you are able to. You have had this set aside in advance for this meeting, so you're able to pull it out, and you basically have this little hover device that you're able to kind of set it to respond to a certain keyword or noise that you make, and you let it levitate over your heads, and then it fires down a cone of silence around you.
Yeah, it not only baffles listening devices, but also like it creates a kind of hazy field, so it
lip reading kind of almost
it
impossible.
frustrates lip reading and filming too.
So it is obvious when it is turned on.
Oh yeah.
And I'll set the field to include the 3 of us.
Because I'll know, because
somewhat
the reverse would be true
startled.
too. You'd hear like the whole world looks hazy and stuff like that. So it's and everything gets dampened both inside and out.
Yeah, somewhat startled and fresh out of a war of assassins. Erica stands up and very firmly says, I will not be cut off from my guard. You will ask permission in the future.
Of course, your pardon,
'Cause-
my liege.
Because, yeah, Erica's like,
This might be a prelude
which-
to you
which
being
consort-
stabbed.
yeah, which consort can take over the house is fuzzy. The heir is only 7. And this is how I get stabbed without being able to call for help. So this is how the house is destroyed.
My apologies, my liege. I was not thinking. I've had a tiring few days, and the intelligence I have to report to you is somewhat highly sensitive. But in future, I will, of course, ask.
She sits back down, satisfied.
First and foremost, the Marshal and I have learned who was behind the attempted attack yesterday. It appears that the Viscount Handro Moritani is behind your mastermind. I did some digging last night, and it does not appear that Duke Malvolus was involved in any way, although I can say with some certainty that the Countess Shadowbone or Shadowbane, I can't read my own handwriting.
Shadowbane.
Shadowbane, as Malvolus' spy master, certainly at least knew of the operation. It is unclear whether or not he just knew about it and decided not to interfere, or if she was actively assisting in some way. I have also begin placing assets in House Moritani itself to see if I can discover the root cause of this attack, unless you know of something that might make this personal Canley rather than House Canley.
She'll think for a second and say, there is a nephew of the Viscount's that is now only has the use of one arm because of the last time we encountered each other.
I'll note the Viscount Moritani is a very vengeful person, especially against his family, those who would hurt his family.
From his reputation, does Johanna... I mean, is he the kind of vengeful where there's no point in really trying to warn him off? Or, do I think that he's vengeful but reasonable enough to, if we can figure out a way to back off if we can figure out the way to send that message.
I will point out too that the House Moritani is known across the Landsraad as independent and vengeful.
Okay, good to know. So Joanna will say, in that case,
I will give you an understand roll to go beyond that. But the house traits are known across the Landsraad. Everyone knows they're like that.
Yeah, because the important distinction is going to be here: are they vengeful and disregard everything, or are they vengeful? But if you give them the room to feel like they've received satisfaction, they find someone else to go bother.
Right. Yeah. So let's see. Understand and Ruth?
Understand and truth, yeah. I'll note you have a complication because you're you're a little overwhelmed because you're thinking about a great house here that's a little bit beyond what you normally. So your comp range is 19 to 20.
Okay.
I don't think it won't tell us that. It doesn't tell us. We just have to remember that on our own.
Okay. I don't think I have a focus that will apply. What's my diff was 2, you said?
Yes.
This is important to know, so let's do 3 momentum for 4 dice.
Two.
Oh, wait. Losing focus now. I just made it. Do have a comp, though, with the 19.
Would you like to buy that off, or do you want to get hit in the chin?
Let's buy that off. We're going to get hit in the chin later.
Here, I was worried I wouldn't have enough for later.
It's me.
So the Viscout Hundar Moritani is a stubborn and erratic man, prone to mood swings and independence from the rest of the Landsraad, defying the Emperor as much as is possible without courting treason. And he gets a lot more bold because he has allies in the Harkonnens. I'll also note that one of their secondary domains is an expertise in Can Lee, as they've spent the Hundar Moritani spent a lifetime in bitter feuds and rivalries. Like this Can Lee fight with a Kaz is not his first fight. This is the kind of guy who attacked a wedding and bombed a planet. Like, this guy is like just shy of breaking the Great Convention every time. And arguably, if a Kaz had any spare time, they probably would push to violate him. But there's four great houses involved in this fight, and it's a mess. It's one of the worst times in Imperium history currently. Kaitan is it has an absence of it has a few envoys changing hands. So, how easy is it to get him to do something? Difficult. If you pissed him off, he wants you to suffer in the most extravagant and elaborate way possible. So he teaches anyone else that House Moritani's might is power motto is not to be ignored. So you need to try really hard to get him to calm down and let off the gas, or point him in the direction of someone he hates even more. Which part of the reason he's probably not going full tilt at you is because he's busy with House of Kaz and Atreides. So he has other problems. But taking a parting shot at you, not unreasonable for him. Will he keep doing it?
So what you're saying is he's a real nice guy.
Yeah.
I think if we were gonna do anything, right, we wouldn't declare Conley against him. We would try to build enough support in the Landsraad to force a vote on one of his million different actions as violating the convention.
If nothing else, censoring him for doing it, because hey, you didn't declare Canley against them. So technically, you're supposed to leave because you're involved in warfare, but like you're not like a direct. There's certain protections you're supposed to have as a banner house. A distant banner house is that because you're not even a military house.
Whatever response we take, my liege, risks escalation. The Viscount is notoriously unpredictable. Some even would say unstable. But
until we're able to form more permanent relationships on Kaitan, I don't think retaliation is going to be our primary option.
As you wish, of course, my lady. I will point out that while I looked into it and found no evidence of it, it is my belief that House Malvolus might be vulnerable to an approach from Moritani or one of their allies, just due to the sudden change in affairs and their standing here in the Silvanus system. Duke Moritani is displeased with the
Duke Malvolus, you mean?
Malvolus. No. Yeah, Duke Malvolus is understandably upset with the change in his house's fortunes, which, were I a Moritani spy master, I would see as ripe opportunity to try and pry them away from Ikaz, assuming they're viewed as at all important. But that is the intelligence I have on those fronts. I do need to inform you, the reason I was not able to attend the ceremony is that the Reverend Mother Silvanus, we call her Susanna, but it's Serafina.
Serafina Aurelia.
Serafina Aurelia called me to Silvanus to pass on her title. I'm now the Reverend Mother Silvanus Johanna Murshid, and will therefore also be undertaking those duties in this system, as well as those of Spy Master and others to the house. You, and I nod my head to Gallia, you and Gallia are the first to that I've told of this, although the clans of Silvanus probably are receiving the word even as we speak.
I hope that this is only fortuitous for House Bellissima.
I believe it very well could be. Particularly as I understand you have interest in increasing the house's military capacity. At least that's what I've gained from your letters over the years.
It's a weakness that needs to be addressed.
Then I might point out to my liege that there is a rich and already organized and experienced force of fighters in the planet below, if only the right leader came along to unite the clans. That leader would find themselves in possess of a formidable force.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps.
Something to think on in any event.
The
Reverend Mother for 48 hours and already scheming.
the presiding leader of the tribes should be here shortly. The treasurer invited him to meet us, but the treasurer is off-world.
I will advise, my liege, that there is tremendous and ancient power to be had in Silvanus, and while the road to tap into that power is dangerous to say the least, for the right person, and I believe you could be that person, the rewards for House Beleza and for all the people of the Savannah system could be immense. And there's just a second there when she talks about the power behind it, where suddenly, like particularly around the eyes, she seems much like scary, much older than she has any right to be, but then that kind of smooths out. Maybe it's just a trick of the light.
The voice of generations, one might say.
For now, I will speak with as many people as possible, the steward's enthronement, to gauge the positions of the other houses in the system and gauge possible allies or enemies. House Milvolus's position is likely to be one of an enemy or an ally. I do not see them being neutral in any future endeavors.
Their position might make them open to a closer alliance if they see it as being to their advantage. They are potentially in a very liminal position and might be open to a variety of opportunities to begin to reclaim their position. Now, do you wish me to attempt to find out anything about House Malvolus directly, or shall I leave my resources there dormant for the time being? I did say Malvolus there, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay. I'm tripping over those names.
Oops, wrong thing.
Yes, we don't need to take any action against them, but we need to know more about their intentions. If there is a path to an alliance with them, with Bellissima in the superior position, I would be open to it, but I have no appetite for an alliance with them that puts us in the inferior position.
Oh, no, I was talking about
equals.
Moritani.
Oh, Moritani.
I'm basically telling you I have an asset in place. Is there anything you want me to use them for, particularly at the moment?
A very slow and careful approach to find something incriminating that could be used against them in the Lancerod. Yeah, the solution to House Moritani lies in the Lancerod, not in Conley.
Very well. That may take some time, but I will see what I can bring to you. Is there anything else we should discuss under the cloak of silence?
No.
Okay. And with your permission, I will deactivate the device. And I do. I'm not going to make that asset sticky. I'm just going to use it for the scene. And I will excuse myself with another bright smile at Erica, saying, "I think, my liege and cousin, you will do well in your new position."
Erica, as the envoy is coming, Erica says, "Forgive me, Reverend Mother, you've not been dismissed." In indication of like, you're supposed to be here for this meeting.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was coming now. Of course. I will remind you, my liege, respectfully, that as Reverend Mother, I will need to attend the ceremony of change this afternoon.
We will all be going.
Ah, very well. Yes, and then I will take my place for the meeting.
My Lady Falsgrafen, the envoy ducks his head to you.
Go ahead.
I come bearing message from the Chief Thalar Windwhisper. He sends his regrets that he will be unable to attend the meeting today, as he will be heading down to the Palace of Silvanus for preparations for the new Steward of Silvanus. And he holds out like the official like written thing that he got from him. He's just reciting the bullet points of it to you.
Erica looks supremely disappointed. All right then. I suppose I have nothing further for us this morning. Joanna, I will have there will be a court held in the courtyard. At the height of the day, and we'll proceed from there to the world. You are
Very
not
good, my lady.
required to be there, but if you wish, you can.
Thank you, my lady.
My Lady Falsgrafen,
I turn back to the envoy. Yes.
anything I should send back, or shall we leave it unresponded? There's no request for response, but I compelled to
yeah,
request.
I have a question that's kind of relevant to that. Erica has land rights in the forest.
Mm-hmm.
And this the what is the title of this leader again?
Chief. He's the chief of the chief representative of the Silvani tribes, or the chief of the Silvani tribes.
Is his position? Yeah, and his position is elected, right? They chose him.
He's chosen. Yeah, he is one of the chief. He can't be any chief of all the tribes. Can't be a chief of any one tribe. He has to be selected specifically for that role.
Okay, and it's that process is entirely community based, not based in like a more feudal system, right? Like it's some position within the tribe that allows you to, be part of his selection, not the fact that you are a landowner in the tribe's territory.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because the question is, right, does Erica, as a landowner, have some, even if it's small, position in his selection, or is it not based in land rights, but in some kind of community process.
Yeah, you need to be a member of a tribe to elect them. Mind you, the advice of landowners and people who have land rights is considered by tribes, but you don't get a vote for the chief because you have to be a member of one of the tribes.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was tribal or feudal.
Yeah.
And
even then, their system, his existence is by virtue of the Farfetch'd system. The Farfetch'd system requires a preeminent ruler, and the tribes don't work like that normally. But so they can act in the legal system, they need to select somebody. It's like, well, he's our ruler for all legal purposes, which does give him actual power because the Landsraad respects his power. They amount to a minor house, essentially. If not practically, because they're weird. Let's just say they have a better lot in life than the poor Fremen do.
Yeah, I'll try to send back a message that is understanding, but stern in requesting a replacement meeting on the palace during the time where everybody's down there for the stewardship meeting.
Oh, communicate, difficulty 1. Normally it would be 2, but it is one of those he did want to have the meeting. Just couldn't. That's why he's sending you a message. But...
communicate power. I'm not a person easily ignored, for one who wants to be to not cause themselves trouble.
I will take it. So you have I think there's a drive attached to it that would push you off it. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say so.
I'll spend that momentum.
Spending a momentum. You greedy Gus.
Focus and diplomacy.
Yeah. Generate 2 on the back of that.
Which I'm gonna spend to make this binding. He's going to show up, or I'll ask for 4 threat.
Very good. The envoy takes your note and writes it down dutifully, and then ensures that it gets down to Silvanus and into the hands of the chieftain.
Yep. I see to minor house business until I hear from the marshal that she has completed her interrogation. And part of that, I assume, is the marshal's going to be the one to bring charges in this whole process.
Yeah, you're the judge. You're the judiciary in this equation, I imagine.
Yeah.
So we look to Marshal Mill. As you are in the marshal's office with the mastermind Riven in hand, you are informed by your staff that there is a ritualist who is standing, waiting to be spoken with as soon as you're able. Their presence indicates that there's some point of ritual among the clans that's occurred that you need to be either made part of or made aware of. But the tribes understand you have a job, and it's like, we're not going... If it was vital, a ranger would have come and said, your moon shadows need you, or it would have been a lot more vocal. This is more of a functionary thing that they're doing. But what do you attend to first, Marshal?
Sorry, could you repeat? The noise on my end is low.
To say again, a ritual, The Mastermind Riven is in your office, waiting for your interrogation. And there's a ritualist of your clan waiting outside your office.
Okay. I will speak with the ritualist first,
Oh.
because I imagine the interrogation is going to take a while.
Your fellow clans member, dressed in very, like, you know them for what they are, but to everyone else they look very, they look like just a laborer from the planet, like someone who just came up to do a job for something or help with something. But you recognize from the little bits on their clothes, there's certain charms that highlight that they're part of the, they're a person of importance in the tribe, and that they're a ritual member, used for very ceremonial, very formal occasions. The person kind of gives you a very silent nod, looks at your uniform.
I will nod back.
You blend in well, Marshall.
Sometimes plain sight is the best place to hide.
I'm sure they will not see you on the horizon. Their eyes dazzled. Smirks a little bit.
What brings you off planet? Ritualists don't tend to leave casually.
They reach into their clothes. They glance about, looking for anyone watching this exchange. Most people don't care. The marshal's talking with some random laborer. No one's watching you. But he's being careful anyway. He pulls out a bit of crystal that has been shaped into a glistening cylinder. And at a distance, it looks like a bit of decorative material, something you put on as a railing or at the edge of your desk as a paperweight or something. But they hold it up to you, and you know it as a moonshadow, a type of moonshadow memcorder of a sort. It's a similar type of technology, but it's done in using materials from Silvanus. It's basically a type of crystal that's grown there where someone etches messages into it. As you run your hand down the rod, the message becomes clear. Like, you can't read the rod with your eyes. You kind of have to run your hand along it to read what's happening.
I will play dumb like I don't recognize what it is and say, oh, this is quite beautiful, as I accept it and start to run my hand on it. I don't necessarily want folks who aren't of the clan to realize what this is.
Silvanus, brain just went out my ear for a second. Give me a moment. Silvanus Serafina Aurelia has passed from her body into the body of Silvanus Johanna Murshid. So say the clan mothers. So say the chiefs. And then there's various other formalities to let you know that this isn't a fake message. And also, this is the sort of message that, yeah, there's a reason why a ritualist is the one delivering this, not just some random tribal member, because they're not supposed to know this sort of stuff unless people who need to know are told. And you are a person of importance in your tribe because you serve a house. So, yeah, there's a reason they sent a ritualist to make sure you knew.
I see. In terms of how this affects the clan, is there any implications for the security of my clan or anything that I need to be aware of here?
Understanding, too, I would say.
Okay. Do. Understand.
At least now I don't have to worry about what the Reverend Mother's doing all the time, because I know who it is.
Yeah.
That's a not me problem anymore. But
In this case, I think I'll go with duty, because my concern here is out of duty to my clan.
Yep, and your drive doesn't contradict, so I'll take it.
Okay. Would my focus of danger sense apply here?
I suppose so, yeah. Uh-oh. That's a whiff to me.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can spend my determination versus relying on my trait of Silvani. This is particularly important.
It's hung off of your statement.
Oh.
So if you think the statement makes sense here, then yeah, you could reroll it. And you rolled duty, didn't you? I will do what I must in service of my house and people. I think that would follow.
Okay.
So you could reroll that if you want.
Yeah, I'll reroll one. Because I don't want to reroll the one that succeeded. Single die. Yes, using a focus.
Oh, there you go. Generate one.
There we go.
Generate one.
Whew, that's good.
As far as the moon shadow is concerned, it depends on. Well, there's a couple things. One, a reverend mother of Silvanus. Reverend mothers generally choose who replaces them. So one would hope that Seraphina Aurelia was looking out for the tribes and the clans in that regard. But reading between the lines, because you're not just of the tribes, you know that the tribes exist in the wider Imperium. So it depends on what your estimation is of Silvanus Johanna Mershid as to how you think she'll use her position against or in favor of the tribe. I will color that with the fact that she is known. Well, you know her as the spy master of House Belesia. You know her as related to the House Belesia family. And otherwise, it's easy to talk to. But whatever her ambition is, you'd have to. That's something you would know more than most people in Moonshadow would know.
Yeah. And in my case, I know the house at least is not done badly historically by the Silvani. So, all right. That's...
And in fact, they're enemies with the people who are basically enemies with the tribes.
That's good. I will return the item to him because it's not necessarily something I want floating around. Like, I'm allies with the house. I do serve the house loyally, and at the same time, some Silvani secrets should remain with the Silvani.
And almost as part of the ritual, as you're handing it back to him, he kind of fumbles it, or pretends to have fumbled it, but he's actually just hucking it into the ground, and it shatters. Because it's made of crystal, so it's very easily broken if you give it a good smack. Oh, I'm sorry. Starts collecting the shards off the ground, and people kind of tisk when they see that happen, but again, people don't care. They have other things to do with their day than to watch someone clean up debris off the floor. Actually, some people get a little annoyed because how dare he... It's either a performance piece or he's littering. They're not sure which at the moment.
I will do my best to soothe the folks around us. And say, but basically smooth it over as a mistake.
Communicate roll.
Communicate? Alright.
Difficulty 2, you are being assisted by the ritualist.
Okay. Communicate. And I think I'll use power here because I'm going to be trying to use my position of authority to encourage people to move along, nothing to see here type of thing.
Mm-hmm. What are you loitering in front of the marshal's office for? Keep going.
Yep.
I'll take it.
And I will just use 2 dice on this one. I don't really think my statement applies as much as I would like to use my...
Well, you burned your determination anyway, so.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't contradict it for sure.
Sorry, I don't think my focus applies, is what I should say.
No.
Nice.
Yeah, it's another, so you generate 2. Oh, sorry, you generate 1. Sorry, I can't do math.
Still good.
As the 2 of you make a show of it, and then... The moon favor you, Marshall.
And you as well. If you are spending some time on the moon here, allow me to take you to dinner. It would be good to hear the news from back home.
I will not turn down such a favor, but is not the new Steward of Silvanus coming to power tonight? Would you honor me rather than him? I will take it, but...
Thank you for refreshing my memory. Will
He
you
smiles.
be here tomorrow? Will you be here tomorrow?
I can loiter. I have some work I can be doing here.
I will see you then. We can consider it a date.
Nods. And disappears into a familiar area of the world.
And for my part, I will return to the office and begin the interrogation.
The Mastermind Riven is how uncomfortable is he? Like, is he just sitting at a table in an interrogation room under a bright light, or is he chained to the floor? You know,
He's restrained because I. Whoops. Or an escape attempt, as the case may be, but he's not restrained in a cruel way. He has a chair. It's not designed to be especially uncomfortable, but it's definitely more utilitarian than luxurious.
Mm-hmm.
In a fairly Spartan room. Because I don't necessarily want there to be a lot of distraction from the conversation.
He fidgets as you come into the room, just kind of, because he was probably brought in here handcuffed, and then like the marshal will be here in a moment, and then 50 minutes, 30 minutes later you show up. It's like, so you can see he's a little impatient, but he doesn't say anything to you when you come in. Gives you a look.
I mean, I'm not going to apologize too much, given the relative powers each of us have. Mind you, I will give like a cursory apology. I do apologize for keeping you waiting. I had some unexpected business to attend to.
I'm sure you did, Marshall. I'm sure you did. So, shrugs. What will be done with me then?
It's not for me to decide. That will be for the lord of this house to decide.
Didn't you just get them putting a lord in the ground?
He had an heir.
Ah. One must not have seen them.
I'm sure. This is the player forgetting. It was the Inquisition who this mastermind is affiliated with, right?
No. Inquisition people appeared at the spaceport, but that was just them being annoying.
Oh. Okay. It was the other house, the name of which escapes me. Moritani?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. So tell me, what interest did House Moritani have in disrupting the funeral?
Give me a communicate roll, please. It is going to be opposed.
Oh yeah. I'm being a little bit forthright on this because I am a bit pressed for time. I only have the morning until the trial.
I'm gonna buy a couple dice. I don't want to tell you this.
I will use my focus because I think it does apply.
Interrogate? I can't see how.
And I think I will use duty in this case. As I do not. Yeah. I'm not doing this purely for the sake of exercising power or in the interest of justice. It's really for the benefit of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Protecting it from additional threats. I will spend for... Can I spend for 2 extra dice using the momentum we have and threat combined?
You could. It'd be like you could do like 1 threat, 2 momentum, or 1 momentum, 2 threat.
1 threat, 2 momentum.
Okay.
I don't necessarily want to give you lots of extra momentum. Though that momentum count is getting up there a bit more than I am comfortable with.
You mean threat count?
Or threat count, yes. Sorry. Alright, there we go.
I bought 2 dice. Alt tab. Do not fail me.
Crap, tie. That's unfortunate.
Checking something. Double checking how opposed works. Just making sure it doesn't work differently in this. Once you get a first roll's difficulty, the gather dice pool. Oh, no, I set the difficulty number. You just hit it. Or exactly what you needed. I needed to get 5 to lock you out.
Okay. Whew.
You're well informed, Marshal. But, I would say that what little family breathes with more tiny blood, takes any spilling of it rather personally. Dishonor met with dishonor. Stain for stain.
Would there be? I'm guessing it would be an understand, but I am not sure what he's talking about, unless it has something to do with the conflict that our new lord the false Goffin was serving in prior to coming back to bury her father. Would that be a understand roll to like understand what the heck he's referring to here, or?
I'll take understand difficulty 2.
Okay. Annoyingly, this is going to be an understand truth roll. I think just truth makes sense to me here. And I don't want to give you any more threats, so... I don't have a focus which applies in this case. Oh. Nice.
He's kind of using some phrases that are more, are very off-worldy phrases, very Khitan or even more Tani type phrases. So you kind of have to you think about it a bit, and then it occurs to you that Moritani is retaliating against Beleza for some perceived slight, and they're responding with insult. So they must believe that Beleza did something that warranted this attack by them, by one of their masterminds. And actually, by that, I will extend for free that Mastermind Riven is a person who's worked. If he wasn't within Moritani's service, he is definitely trained by them, so he knows Moritani ways of Canley.
Okay.
I will. So I'll highlight as well because of that role. That Moritani Canley is a lot more explosive and devastating, and very disrespectful. So an attack on I will say that for a Moritani attack, this is subdued. It's still deeply disrespectful because you're attacking a bloody funeral, but you know. And
yeah.
Actually, no, I take that back. They were gonna give everyone a bunch of alaka to make them tear the funerary procession limb for limb. So never mind. This is perfect within Moritani's wheelhouse.
Gotcha. So it's really that they were, metaphorically speaking, they're responding to a smack to the face with a bazooka.
Hey, that smack in the face was like punching me, so I'll punch you in the face. Like, I didn't punch you though. Well, it felt like a punch, so I'm gonna punch you now. Oh, you punched me? Well, I think I should stab you. Like, they always escalate. Like, they over retaliate.
Gotcha.
That's putting it lightly, but you know, you get what I mean.
Yeah. My other thing is, based on what I understand of House Mortani, are they likely to try again, given that it failed, or is simply the attempt enough satisfaction for them?
Or a threat will answer that.
Sure.
It depends. It depends how much they care, how much the Viscount cares.
Okay.
If he has nothing else on his plate, he'll do it again because it didn't work. But it's also they're vengeful to the point as a household trait, so they'll get to you when they get to you, sort of thing. But they'll probably try again, but likely not right away because they are in the middle of a Canley conflict currently. So.
And my final question for him would be basically if he, or rather, would be, actually, this would not be my final question. I would ask if he has any other agents or cells planet side. And I will detail the ones that we captured. Actually, I will keep to my chest the ones that we captured. If he doesn't know what we know, that's maybe better.
What was the question again? Sorry, I was responding to chat.
Does he have other agents or assets within House Spalezza's territory that he is aware of?
That I'm aware of, no.
And final question will be, I will put out an offer that if he gives me anything that I find particularly useful, I will put in a good word for him with the false Grafen. And I will remind him that attempting to kill a false Grafen is a capital offense within our territory.
Give me communicate opposed.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy dice, but I have to check stuff to see how many he's gonna bother with. Kind of knows where he's at. He entered it. He's did something really dangerous, knowing what might happen to him. It's probably that. So okay. Actually, you know what? Buying a full mitt. That's an advancement point, everybody, because I spent 4 or more in a single roll.
Nice. Do you want us to take that right now, or?
You might as well record it now, because it happens when I do it, yeah.
Okay. I don't think I will spend momentum on this, because, to be perfectly frank, Moonshadow doesn't care that much about whether or not this guy survives. I will go with justice as my drive on this one. And I will be using my focus, of course. Yes, submit. Whew. That's an interesting result. All right. 1, at least 2 that I count.
Two. After all that. I just rolled garbage. Also, my drive changed because of what you're asking me. So, what kind of consideration are we talking about, Marshall? I understood what I was doing when I did it. The Imperium is not a nice place. But that said, I like having a longer career rather than a shorter one.
I will not make a promise that I cannot keep. What I can promise is that I will tell our Falsgrafen of what you have told me and the service that it has done to House Beleza.
I'll tell you.
She is,
What?
in the time that I've known her, she has been prone to show mercy when she deems it appropriate.
Then I'll tell you one thing as a down payment, and I will tell the other should I be given my life. I will say that this is the Viscount, my understanding is the Viscount didn't want me to attack all of House Beleza, merely to shame the new ruler of Beleza, Erica III. But to make sure it was something that everyone could see, so... My understanding will be that any future endeavor will be focused upon her and those who would support her. But should she step away or abdicate or some other thing that'll please them, then Beleza's not beholden to the shame. The other thing is I had help from a faction here on Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. Who that is? Well, we'll see if I am spared the pearly gates. Or not.
Very well. Thank you for what you have told me.
Oh, professional courtesy. No need to be rude to each other after all.
Of course. Do you need any water? Anything to eat or drink?
I could take a last meal, just in case your estimation of your false grafen is wanting.
What would you like?
Oh, a good bit of steak, potatoes with some green beans. Slather whatever you call gravy here. I'd ask for horse meat, but I don't think many horses ride across the plains of Salutaris. I don't think you are fanciers of eating horses either.
I will see what I can do. And with that, I will leave him and then ask somebody to bring him a nice meal of what he has requested. Horse if possible, but if not, any other meat will do.
You guys tell me.
As long as it's red meat.
You guys tell me. You have terraformed this world such that you probably could have pastoral. You probably have some farming here just to feed yourselves and maintain yourselves. I don't know if you guys support horse herding or support a horse meat trade of any kind. I can tell you horses aren't terribly popular on Silvanus because of the forests.
Yeah.
You're either in a city with a car or you're in the forest. Get off your horse, you idiot. The trees are your cavalry doesn't do too well in the Sylvani trees.
I would imagine there's our fondness for craftsmen. There probably is maybe like a single stud ranch for people to own horses recreationally, but I don't think it's a major agricultural product.
But you're able to get meat of some kind, red meat of some kind, because, well, you have a terraformed world, so there's probably some ranchers here or there.
Yeah.
Thus, I believe midday comes to be.
And I will see if I can get an urgent meeting with the spy master and the Falsgrafen. Because I will be true to my word and relay what he's told us in the offer.
I mean, he's delivered to the courtyard. You meet with the, presuming you deign to meet at the fortress landing before going out to the courtyard.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, the courtyard is in the middle of the fortress, so.
Yeah. It's not a long walk.
So, I do have some news to share from the discussion I had this morning with our associate from House Moritani.
What has he said?
He has said that you, Falsgrafen, shaming you in particular was the goal of the attack. And given Moritani's reputation for vengeance, I doubt this will be their only attempt. They won't stop until they succeed in eking out what they deem to be shame against you, rather. His second offer, he wishes to use his second piece of information he would like to use as a bargaining chip. And that is that he had help from one of the factions in the system. Which one I think we may have some ideas, and I will spare a glance to the spy master. But I thought I would relay his request.
All that considered, have you determined the charge?
Given the potential consequences of drugging an entire crowd with that much concentration of combat stimulant, I can't see anything less than several counts of administering a noxious substance, dealing in controlled substances, and possibly attempted murder. As well as espionage, of course.
All right. Yeah, Erica looks. She betrays a slight look of annoyance, and then says, "Well, none of those charges are capital, so we'll hear his plea."
If I will say I will note that they were he did use he did say that House Moritani would like you, Falsgrafen, to be out of the way. Whether that includes a direct threat to your life, I am uncertain. However, I do think there was a threat to your son's life, given that he was leading the procession.
She'll say, "Well, I'm sure you have thought you have given great consideration to the charges you mentioned earlier, and that any additional charges are unwarranted. It is your prerogative to lay the charges." As Erica doesn't seem satisfied, but also is not at all interested in pushing the marshal to do anything other than her job.
Gotcha.
Um,
Question for the GM, because
Mhm.
you would know this. Does the Falsgrafen's son have the same special status as the Falsgrafen?
Nobles have higher consideration in most law, but that's dependent on how you guys adjudicate your laws. Because the law of the land is as dictated by the house. So generally, houses tend to give a higher charge for attempted murder of a noble versus just the commoner.
So would my question would go back to you, I guess, out of character, but for would our house deem attempted murder of the heir a capital offense?
I'll leave it up to you. Because if you're not convinced that the intent was to kill, or at least their actions put a serious threat on the Falsgrafen's life, then a charge of regicide would be unwarranted. So I'll leave that second question up to you. Whether the house sees it that way or not.
Um. Sick. I would suggest that just if for no other reason than out of self-preservation, it makes sense that the house would deem attempted murder of a noble not protected under the auspices of a Canley conflict would be considered a capital offense.
Like if it's in Canley, we can talk about it, but if you're just murdering nobles, no, you can't. No, we have to make you not want to do that.
Yeah.
All right.
And
so does the marshal bring that charge, or do you?
I would in this case because of the fact that the kid was at the head of the procession, and if there was so many what's the word? If there was a large quantity of berserkers in his vicinity, it is very likely that he would have died. So it wouldn't necessarily be attempted first-degree murder if we make distinctions, but attempted second-degree murder probably.
All right then. Then Erica will head to the courtyard.
Magnicide, that would be the charge in this case. Sorry, I was looking for the word. Because I knew it wasn't regicide because you're the prince, or the heir is not a not the ruler here. Yeah.
This is the court you were talking about earlier?
It's a courtyard. Just
yes,
like an open patch of dirt in the middle of the fortress.
But you said earlier there'd be a court in the courtyard. Is this what you're talking about? I'm trying to figure out if
yes,
Joanna
this is a legal this is a legal presiding.
Okay, so you've already invited Joanna to be present, so I'll go with.
Yes. And I will have the shield infantry and the conscripts lining the courtyard. You have to do something pretty bad to be personally judged by the false Graffin. So it's a bit of serious theater to go with it. The false Graffin will look over Riven and say, in a loud, booming voice, Marshal Moonshadow, what is this? Why has this prisoner been brought here?
Through investigation, we have found that this prisoner did engage in a conspiracy to threaten the lives of people under the jurisdiction of this house, including the heir, through the use of a chemical that would have disrupted the funeral procession. The charges include possession of a controlled or prohibited substance by one not authorized to possess it. Administration of a noxious substance. Several counts of attempted murder. And lastly, a count of attempted magnicide.
The false grafen will say, in accordance with the house's tradition, this court will accept the marshal's word as proof of evidence. How do you plead? And she directs her attention to the prisoner.
I will not pretend to hold the auspice of Canley, since one has not been declared, but I will declare that I am a professional, acting in a professional capacity, with no personal malice to yourself or the rest of your planet. And I would enjoin you to take on mind that I have imparted some information in good faith as a professional courtesy to your marshal, and I am willing to extend my professionalism to your magnanimity and mercy. Should my life be spared, I will offer further information into your care. Other punishments therein, I cannot pretend to be unfettered by. I know what I did, I know what I used, and I have no great ability to pretend otherwise. And I believe it would be an insult to everyone's intelligence present. Well, minus the idiots over there, but that's their problem. He kind of gestures at the conscripts because he's thoroughly annoyed with them.
The false grafen will say, I will accept that as a plea of guilty. Do you have anything to claim as mitigating?
I acted in a professional capacity. I am an extension of someone else as well, an asset, if you will. If you are willing to break an asset for justice, then that is your way. But if you wish to see whose hand is holding me, he shrugs, then you'll have to mitigate that as your laws permit.
Having no mitigating circumstance, the charge of and an acceptance of guilt for the crime of magnicide, you are found guilty and sentenced to death. I will spend 2 threat. Can I spend 2 threat to get an asset?
You certainly can.
Okay, I'll give you 2 threat. And I will throw down at his feet a sword. I will say, you can carry out the sentence yourself, or you can defend yourself as the soldiers of the house attempt to enforce the sentence. Your choice.
Is he bound by hand and foot, or?
If he is, then part of this would have been to have it before throwing the sword. Someone would have released him. So it's meant to be a fair. Well, the soldiers are not unshielded. He is. It's not meant to be a purely fair fight, but it's meant to be like not a through and through execution. Theoretically, if he killed everybody, I guess he could leave.
I have to roll for him. I die.
He just, he's got to get through like 100 duels before he gets there.
By 2 dice. This is pretty hard to get him to. He's trying to get himself to do something. There is a look on his face of you hear him mutter under his breath, "I really should have gotten that tooth." He stares at the blade, looks around, looks at you, looks at the blade.
If you cannot bring yourself to defend yourself or carry out the sentence, a mercy can be granted.
Perhaps a mercy is best for both our sakes. Milady Falsgrafen.
Then I'll indicate to one of the captains of the shield infantry to, send someone to knock away the sword and execute him.
And thus was he executed. Having failed to find it in himself to do one last attempt to kill you.
Oh, he was good. Okay.
He was gonna grab the sword and go at you, just like you're within
I'm
stabbing
standing
distance.
Yeah, he could have. That was technically an option. It was a bad option, but it was technically.
Yeah. That's why I was like, I have to do a roll to see if he's willing to get friggin' stabbed and shot to death in the attempt. Be like, look, he's a mastermind, but he's not that kind of Canley operator. He has people for that, but And part of that, I'll even say that it's almost like he admitted he was gonna do something and that he probably shouldn't be touching a blade right now. Like it's almost like professionally he'd be obligated to try to do something, and he opted not to. Partly out of fear, but partly out of professionalism. So take that as you will. But the Mastermind Riven is no more.
Erica seems satisfied that everything has been observed correctly. There's no her face doesn't belie any pleasure in this, but she does seem satisfied that the house's justice was done. She will dismiss those in attendance and indicate to the relevant courtiers to handle the mess, and turn to Moonshadow and the Reverend Mother and say, Lady Gallia should be waiting for us at the transport. The four of us can attend this ceremony.
I nod.
Yes.
And thus do we progress by shuttlecraft, as it were, down to the planet Silvanus. It is this one. Three of you descend via a small craft down into the palace capital city, where there are some decorative parks of Sylvani trees, but this is very much a walled, shielded, fortified city that has seen countless millennia, that was once founded in sticks and stone work, if you will, in a clearing, and over the millennia has been built by 4 houses over time as this grand monument of Silvanus' history. So there's bits of there's a combination of a university of which is celebrated by any who would go into pharmaceutical studies. There are houses of diplomat extraordinaire, coffee houses and meeting places. No formal school per se, but it is one of those things that nobles are known to. If they wish to train someone, Silvanus is a nice place to stop by. To kind of prove yourself against those in the Rakshak houses over balisette music that they actually know what they're doing. But there's also the stern, unforgiving walls with rather intimidating-looking cannon waiting to obliterate not just people, but whatever vehicle they happen to be in. It looks kind of antiquated because you're not looking. Lasguns are a thing that can destroy vehicles, but shielded vehicles aren't unheard of. Shielded infantry aren't unheard of. So these are meant to upend the earth under you and shower you with death. Even if a shield saves you, you will be buried in it. A very Malvolian way of things. And of course, it is not for all this. Despite the nature being peeled away from the planet for this grand city, everything is beautifully adorned. Every wall is sculpted with one art piece after another after another. Every window has some design in it, as your house's contribution in the few times that they were the time they've been in power over the millennia. There is various, it is a large city. The first of which, the 4 places of note, or 4 sections of note, are the Steward Nobilis, or the Steward's, port. It is where people of importance, summoned by the Steward or in service of the Steward come. So this is a place where, you as a Falsgraf, as an heir, you might be allowed to go here, but your father would be the one who come here. You'd be expected to come, unless you were with your father. You really should be going to the Nobilis, to the Chom Nobilis, the regular port. But you are a ruler, and thus you are afforded the honor of using the most secure, high tech as they can get, but the most secure part of the second most secure part of the entire city, save for the palace. Anyone you bring with you, they are under your aegis, and you are considered, as is normal, you'd be considered responsible for those in your personal retinue. So that's why you would see, if what nobles you see or what business people you see, they tend to have very small retinues, because they don't want some dumb, some untested courtier or lady in waiting or gentleman in waiting to do something in the Steward Nobilis and then shame their ruler. And God forbid you try to come into this part of town without your ruler. Because you're not supposed to be here unless the steward himself has decreed that you're here. You're allowed to be in his port. There is the Nobilis Uten, which is where various nobles... you had to have a house in the Nobilis Uten. Every major house would, but other nobles would live... If they were going to live here or they have housing here, it would be in that part of the capital. The Chom Nobilis is the port for everybody. Everyone comes and goes here as long as you're willing to pay the docking fees and landing fees. Anyone can come here. But it's also where stuff is loaded onto up into the Highlanders. Like, everyone sends stuff into the Chom Nobilis, including your house. Although you guys, in your case, when it comes to your Highlander, you don't bother sending things down to the Chom Nobilis like everybody else. Your trade doesn't pass through this port, frankly, because it's too big, to put it mildly. But other things, like here's where Silvani sap is traded, here's where contracts are made, and so on. It's business place after business place after business place. All manner of trade comes. And then there's the Communis Uten. This is where the common folk and unnoble are allowed to work and live. Most of the people in the Communis Uten living in the palace capital they work here. They work in one of the other parts of the city, or they work at the palace, or they work in the military. There's very few people who just live here there are a handful of people who work out of their house, but like almost everybody, like no one vacations here. If you're here, you have a job, and it's probably a pretty well-paying job. So there are other parts of the city, but not terribly relevant to any of you. Like there's a garrison house outside the city. There's a sort of what's it called? A Silvani Novellis, a Silvani port, but unless you're of the well, actually no, two of you are tied to the tribes in a way. There is a Silvani Uten that's outside of the shield and the walls. That's meant for Silvani to come and go if they need to speak with the steward, or someone wants to go into the deep wood. They would go out to the Silvani Novellis to charter a boat to go out that way to save themselves the trip. There's a ranger house out there if someone wants to walk out there, that sort of thing. But you know, as a minor house, their services are kind of superfluous. You can kind of get there on your own, especially as someone with land there. You know, their services are meant for off-worlders. In that regard, that's really what they're for. But yeah, it is a bustling city with palace city garrison milling around. People are celebrating. It's a holiday because of the steward being installed. There's people playing music. There's people playing drums. There's people selling souvenirs. I will say that you are made aware by the palace garrison of the palace city garrison that there are preachers of the cult of the Redeemer Inquisition here, but their permit only allows them in the Communis Uten, so they're not allowed elsewhere in the city. And if you see them, please tell a guard, and they will make them go away. So they are trespassing. And there are checkpoints everywhere throughout the city, but because of how beautifully built this city is, they almost look natural to everything else. It just kind of blends together. It's only when someone in a palace uniform steps up to you and stops you, they're like, "Oh, I am who I'm supposed to be." But as people of a minor house, you pass through unimpeded. You're supposed to be here. This is your city as much as Valorian city. So, preview land. How do you react to? Is this the first time any of you have been in the Steward Novellas?
The first time in probably a decade.
Likewise for me, especially since my character is not a noble. I'm normally using the one for commoners or the one for Silvani. Unless I'm here on martial business in particular, I'm not coming and going from here very often.
I don't know if Joanna's business with the sisterhood will have her here. I can't imagine as a spy master she's been down here for too much, except for maybe if there's, a big festival where the house people come down every once in a while.
So I will say, unto at least two of you, actually all three of you, because it's been a long time, that you all have a trait of being in wonder. Because this is probably the most beautiful, most expensive stuff that has been made in Silvanus' history. If there's the only place that has nicer stuff outside the Steward Nobilis is in the palace itself. So but this is it's almost like the entire Steward Nobilis is like its own art piece as you're walking through. It doesn't look like a port; it looks like a massive art piece.
Okay.
And I'll note that in the air, there are drifting leaves of azure leaves drifting through the air, as there are decorative trees put around here. And Silvanus, Johanna, and Rashid, you feel seen and heard.
Well, and I'll note that for this occasion, she's in, full Biddy Jesuit regalia, except that hers is made from the shadow weave. So it blends the, traditional Biddy Jesuit style with that as kind of honoring the clan mothers as well and the Reverend Mother's special position. And all of her jewelry is of copper, or very carefully verdigrised copper. And when you say seen, is it that somebody's watching her, or just...
I believe you know what I mean, but I'll message.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. A high-ranking Chom executive moves to approach your group. His suit is a very dark color with gold highlights about his cuffs, beautiful cufflinks, very business, but still highlighting. But the clothing he's in is as wealthy as the Falsgraffens. One working for Chom in high office tends to make a silly amount of money as well.
Yeah, that's fair.
Falsgraffen Erica III, a pleasure to see our grandest shareholder of Salutaris upon Silvanus' grounds. I am executive of Interdirectoral Affairs, Joe, and I'm here to ensure that if you have any needs while operating within the city, that they are met. And if you have any financial requirements or assistance, I will make sure someone attends to your orders.
You have knowledge of the vendors on this world?
I am well acquainted and familiar with the varieties of trade here on Silvanus, Falsgraffen. And if I do not, I know plenty that will. Smiles and nods at you, proud of himself.
Then please direct us to a tailor suitable to our station.
Of course, Falsgraffen. Shall I arrange for your party as well, or is this a singular occasion?
Looking, I imagine the Reverend Mother is well appointed at the moment. So myself, I shall point to Galia, the lady, and I'll look at the marshal to inquire.
I imagine the marshal is in like uniform.
Yeah, I would.
Well, I mean, so is the false Griffin. The false Griffin intends to get a better uniform.
Ah.
Oh, you're in military dress there, Falsgraf?
Yep, it's in right
because some houses like to lean on them being like Atreides dresses. Their Atreides Duke dresses militarily. Other houses, like say a Kaz, tend to dress like they're going to a dinner party everywhere they go. So it depends on what image as Falsgraf you're trying to impress upon the court.
Yeah. Although House Ballista is not known for its military might, my mission is to at least bring us to an acceptable standard. So I would be wearing a military uniform to convey our new direction.
Oh. I'll note you'll get some lingering looks from some of the palace garrison. Part of surprise and part of appreciation, because these are soldier types. So they're like, oh, hey, a noble dressed in military uniform. That's nice to see. Sort of look.
I'll kind of lean over and not quite whisper, but very low, or hopefully nobody can hear, to Erica. My lady, if I might suggest with this tailoring job, an emphasis on copper greens. And copper itself.
Perhaps. The nuances of tailoring are beyond me.
I will ensure a master tailor of Salutaris is at your command, Falsgrafen. Would you like them to come to you, or do you wish to go to a tailoring house?
I will give him the address of my my house here.
In the Nobilisutan?
Yeah.
Very good. So starts writing something down. Anything else you'd like to order, Falsgrafen? That may come to mind. I can always send for more.
My intention, I don't really know how wealth on a personal level like this is. If I need to find some way to afford this, my thought was to have this Chom representative find a buyer for at least some days or weeks production from the land rights.
Basically, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Because that's a question to me. Do I need to find a way to afford these quite expensive clothes?
No.
Okay.
You're a minor house lord. If the people under you are rich, you're silly rich.
Okay, I didn't know. Then never mind.
to that end, I will say you are going to benefit from... Actually, you're not having that yet. You just tell him to do it, and he'll do that. That's the easy part. Very good. Do you wish to walk to your estate, Falsgrafen, or would you like a car brought to you? Or
Yeah.
security parade, he says as he looks between you and the marshal, noticing the very militant uniforms. And he doesn't seem to be joking. Like, it seems like that's something he's been asked to do before for a certain other house.
No, we'll take a car.
He scribbles that down. He gives a clears his throat, and 5 people come out of buildings over to him in suits who look much younger than him and look desperate to please him. And he starts handing them notes, whispering things to them, and poof, they disappear. Almost as quickly, a car kind of comes around a corner like magic, and is kind of pulled up to your party. And do you wish your banner flown upon the car, Falsgrafen, or do you wish to be just to enjoy the ride?
No banner.
Someone who looked like he was very enterprising, like, I brought the banner in case. He gives him a look of, shakes his head, and the guy's like, oh, darn. Oh well. Starts walking away to put it away. And the guy kind of clears his throat because he's showing disapproval around you, the client. And it's a whoops. He straightens up, gives a nod, a smile, and keeps going. Forgive him. He's newer to the trade, says Joe.
How far away is the Beleza compound here?
It's very close. The Steward Novellis is almost. It is literally within walking distance of where you are.
Okay. My lady, if you do not mind, I believe I might take the opportunity to get out a bit and walk to the whatever we call this place, palace?
The Palace of Silvanus.
Palace, yes.
Yeah, you have your leave.
Thanks. And yeah, so for that brief little walk, and she'll take her time, the Reverend Mother of Silvanus will go out amongst quote unquote the people. Not that there are probably terribly many people in this area, but
The people that matter are here.
yeah.
You know how there's like members only lounges in airports and ships and stuff? You're that,
Right.
but a whole city district.
Right. Well,
So I mean, hey, they're not gonna say no to a Reverend Mother chumming up with them. You're not the first one to do it.
right. But just kind of, walk down the streets, kind of get the, in fact, I mean, since it sounds like the palace is pretty close, how difficult would it be to take a bit of a detour and walk a little bit more of the city without being too late?
You could probably walk through the Nobilis Uten a bit before you headed to the palace. If you keep going all the way to the Communis, you're getting really far away from the palace. At that
Okay,
point.
yeah, I'll walk through this area for a little bit and then head to the palace in plenty of time. But just kind of see what's to be seen, see if I can gauge any kind of mood.
Give me understand. A difficulty of 2. To get a feel for the Steward Nobilis, at least.
Understand truth, maybe?
I'll take it, yeah.
Okay. You said diff 2. Take a threat for a 3rd die.
Certainly.
Okay, this is probably a long shot, but espionage for a focus, because I'm trying to learn information through kind of subtle means of just wandering through and catching snatches of conversation and the way people are reacting and all that stuff.
You could, yeah.
Okay. Well, there we go.
Generate 2. The Steward Navilis has the appearance and sound of celebration, but you notice that the concentration of the palatial city guard are here. And there is, and distinctly, it is, the palatial guard can be drawn from the various minor houses to the major house. Like, there could be someone from Salutaris, someone from Arconis, even a Silvani tribe ranger might be pulled into their ranks. And there's lone officers who kind of work for the palace and then come back home with new training and stuff. Sometimes it's just a nice, it's a reward. It's like you get to be paid extra for a while while you do honor guard duties. It is uniquely and singularly Valorian palatial guard here, as if they expect that someone might try to cause trouble even here in the Steward Navilis. Although the only people that would possibly could cause trouble are those of the noble houses of Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. So for all that friendliness of the executive, the Palace City Guard were keeping an eye on the uniformed members of even Beleza.
So, do I get the sense that these, that they think the threat here is big enough to have left the rest of the city less well guarded?
For momentum, I can expound on that.
Sure.
I don't think there. It would be a move, I would say. Yeah, I'd either have, if they were to fight an attack, they'd have to move the garrison asset to another part of the city, or they'd have to spend more resources to generate more to spread out. So it's not they don't have their entire military in this one spot, but it's enough that you notice since you're looking for it.
Right.
Like someone dedicated an asset just for this area. A warfare asset at that. Like they were expecting someone might try something.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll take that information back with me to our palace.
As the car drives through the Nobilis Uten, the executive Joe makes small talk about business and how your stocks are doing, how he looks forward to speaking with your treasurer about ongoing business concerns, and he'll ensure that any pause in whatever pause in bereavement is occurring will be minimal, so on and so on and so on. To him, this is a businessman, an executive talking to a CEO. Like, he's treating you in a very different light than the average person, because by extension you are a member of the CHOAM. You are the chief shareholder of Salutaris stock, and by extension his boss, one of his bosses anyway.
One of like 10,000.
You're the boss that's closer to getting him fired, though, because you're a lot closer to him. If the Emperor notices him, that means he's getting promoted or fired into space. Here, do some bookkeeping for the Sadakar.
I want to speak with him on the current performance on the market of SAT.
Well, the sap trade market is bouncing back a little bit. It always dips as it does when stewardships changes, since we have to slow down production for security reasons. But it has been surging a bit more. I do look forward to speaking with Chief Wind Whisper to see about redoubling to cover the reduction.
I imagine Erica will say some like phrase in the language of the tribes that's like a very common expression even among those who don't speak the language, that's essentially like, sap is made as sap can be made. It's not, it cannot be made faster, right? Because they have a very traditional and specific way of doing it that is not industrial.
Yeah.
So I imagine there's an understanding among those who are not from the world that like trying to force them to do it faster or convince them to do it faster is a pointless endeavor.
Give me an understand roll, difficulty 2. The executive gives a perfunctory response, but there's something else that he's not saying, but you kind of catch it. Like he says some pointless rejoinder, but you know that the response isn't the normal one that a Silvanus person would say.
Understand power. He's in an inferior position to me. It's hard for him not to speak when asked.
Yeah, I'll take that.
And
I'll highlight that the executive is practically pretending the marshal doesn't and the lady don't exist. So you don't hold shares, so as far as he's concerned, you don't count.
Can I use the land rights asset to affect this roll?
I'll say you generate some extra momentum on the back of this, yeah, because you're not you have personal vested interests in things. I was like, okay, you're a hands-on CEO. You like.
I'll spend 1.
Hands-on CEO because you own land. I hate this world so much. You generate 2 perm, and how high quality is your land rates?
2.
You have 2 float. I don't mean to be disrespectful, Frostgrafen, of course, but being fully frank with you, if I may, waits for your permission to speak frankly.
I motion to give him that permission.
The previous steward was very adamant about speeding production through more modern means as practiced on other worlds. If I can at all succeed at doing that, even under the new steward, then that's more profit for everybody. But of course, if the steward thus orders, then so is the law of the steward, and his word shall be. Will Silvanus heard, and so on. He gives a look at the marshal as he just clues in. Wait, that person's from the tribes. No disrespect, of course. He nods at you. As if he fears you're going to smack him one, forgetting that you're a marshal, not just some random, you're not chewing on a locker ready to punch him for a slight, I hope. Or he hopes anyway.
No. I'll raise an eyebrow at him and remain silent.
You both get the definite feeling this guy's an off-worlder. He's not from here.
Yeah. Making it evident, like, if looks could kill, he would burst into flames in front of me, but I'm not going to deign with a verbal response.
I want to talk about the dangers of overproduction on agricultural assets, and my concern of the long-term viability of the market. Basically, I want to talk like I have a vested financial interest in the long-term productivity of the sap. and anything that threatens that, including overproducing, I would not be in favor of. And I want to try to convince him to back off.
For two
As a first goal,
Oh, sorry, go on.
the underlying goal is actually I want him to come away with the impression that actually it might be a good idea to lower production targets to allow the land to recover, thus increasing the value of my land because I didn't overexploit it and don't intend to step back because I don't need to because I didn't overexploit. So it's kind of a two motive. I don't know if that's many separate roles or if they're not. One of these is not possible, but
for 2, I would say you either create a trait of renewable farming, shall we say? Actually, I would even go further a step because of how what you're saying lines up with what something else in the world. You could generate at least for this part of the adventure, Sapweaver sympathies. The Sapweavers are the clan that specializes in the extraction process, and they what you're talking about is what they suggest and prefer to do. So that not only is that a trait that's attributed to you to the Sapweavers, so it makes them extra friendly to you, but it also means that other nobles and other members of the Chom are aware of where you stand on the issue. Because you've kind of voiced it to an executive, because you're not exactly making it secret what your feelings are on the topic. You could also try to push this into a type of asset for extra profit. Like you have a set aside extra amount of sap, perhaps. Because that's reflecting that's how you've always done it, and you're right, you actually have extra proof of that because you've done it that way. Depends how you want to use it, because you did have a thing, and you have to float out there, so there's a real good reason to create something here. Oh.
See, I mean, I'm trying to think what I could do with the sap if I had it as an asset for just this scene or adventure. Yeah, I will. I will spend the 2 on the temporary trait for the Sapweaver sympathies. And then I would like to is it possible to convince him separately of the second point to that he should actually favor stepping down production?
There's no extra roll to that. You've revealed the trait of your Sapweaver sympathies, and the executive is reading it loud and clear. He's like, oh. Okay. I will endeavor to advise the rest of my fellow executives on the topic, and in special to any holdings for which you hold control over and adjoining, since we don't want to neighbors don't want to salt a neighbor's yard. he says, taking an off-world remark, which, hell if you know. Maybe you read between it, maybe you don't. Maybe he's implying something else entirely.
I'm also going to invite him to come speak with me and the treasurer on our moon soon. The kind of draw to kind of ensure that he eventually shows up is I'll suggest that soon we'll be installing executive suites aboard the Highliner, and the insights of the types of executives who will be using it, who are not noble themselves but nonetheless wealthy, would be of great insight.
It would be my pleasure, Falsgrafen. I thank you greatly for your invitation. And you see him quickly note down a range of times. Like, you give him a suggestion as to when you might meet, and he's not only booking before the meeting, but also significantly, but also after, just in case you feel like changing your mind.
Yeah, Erica does not care about scheduling. Not her problem. It's entirely his deal to get there at the acceptable time and not overstay his welcome.
You can tell the Executive Joe has dealt with nobles a lot.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'll just book off the day before and the day after. Why? Just in case. It happens. They feel like playing polo that day, you know, who knows. They want to torture their servants. It's a thing. But in all due time, the executive, as you arrive at your house, how does your manor look like? 'Cause this is your house, your home away from home. Because this is, every house is allowed, especially since each of you have been the steward of Silvanus at some point. Each of you have really nice houses by this point, because each of you have been amazing. If you're silly rich now, your house has been really rich a few times over the millennia. I imagine it's a very beautiful building, given your house strengths.
The craftsmanship at every level is flawless. Is not built to be a fortress, right? It's not built super defensible. It's not built to have a army of servants. It's not built to any other purpose than to be awe-inspiring in its appointment.
So the two of you enter into this grand estate with its various servants attending to you. Would any of the marshal service be present in the household? Or would you leave it to the personal guard of the nobles and such?
We'd leave it to the personal guard unless there was some incident or an elevated threat level. Like, if we had a reason to believe that our special tropes and skills were needed, then we'd be there, but otherwise, no. So, in this case, since it's a VIP visit, probably. But it'd be kind of obvious that they're kind of extra, if that makes sense.
So there's some of the marshal service walking about, working more under the guidance of the local house guard.
Yeah, we're there to kind of back them up. right now.
The RCMP assisting the military. Sorry,
Yeah.
help Americans. You know what I mean.
Yeah, it's those cute little dudes in their uniforms.
It's like the FBI being called in to help local police on a case.
They don't have half the cool-looking uniforms, yeah.
That's
the
true.
RCMP do.
That's fair. That is very fair. I mean, honestly, Canada's various military and paramilitary organizations have a very large number of uniforms, given how many organizations we actually have.
But yeah,
Anyways.
the two of you have some time to yourselves in the house while the tailor's on his way because the guy has to drive here. So you have a few minutes before the tailor's here for service. Actually, you could even have this conversation around the tailor as they're working because they're not gonna join in the conversation. They're gonna be doing their measurements and such.
Uh,
Well, the three of you actually, because the lady Gallia is here.
I'm actually going to ensure that the Lady Gallia is seen first by the tailor because I want to send her as an asset to go be around and entertain and interact with other nobles. To learn what she can. Particularly priority people to talk with and possibly arrange a chance for the Falsgrafen to talk to are anyone highly positioned in House Malvolus and anyone highly positioned in the Steward's house.
For her to, so you're sending her ahead to the palace to
Yes.
start working. Okay. She'll first movement will get her into the front garden as she gets through them. As she has to get through various hangers-on and various other agents like herself who are all kind of bottlenecking past each other. I'll actually go so far as to say that this is a move roll using understand or communicate difficulty 2 as you're trying to make sure that she has.
Those are all 3 skills.
Hmm?
Those are all 3 skills. I can't use move communicate.
No, you choose. I'm telling you which one to use.
Oh,
you
I
can
can
use
choose
communicate
between move.
or understand.
Oh, okay. I thought it was move, so you had to use move.
Generally, but in some cases you might be called to use something else.
Okay, so
I suppose move is another way to do it because you could just tell her like, look, just go to that the garden path on the far left side. Go that way. Just avoid everybody.
Yeah, not something I can manage. And we do not activate Lady Agalia as a support character unless we are willing to bring the wrath of the GM because she is expensive. And we cannot afford her at the moment. Is anything more than an asset? Communicate power. She is not a hanger-on. She is the consort of one of the 4 most important people in the system.
Say again, sorry.
I was suggesting communicate skill drive power because
Yeah.
Okay. Um. I will spend 1 momentum. I focus in diplomacy to get past without angering anyone.
Sure. Oh, there you go.
All
Right.
right. Do I get the bonus from her being an asset?
Yes. What
Okay.
quality is she?
2.
You have 2 float as she's able to make her polite excuses and, oh yes, that's a very funny story. Yes, I really would love to talk business, but later. Oh no, really, I'll totally let you know. I just look over there. Bye.
Is there anyone here who's even mildly important or useful?
You're running into other people's assets. That's what's happening. It's a choke point specifically to make it hard for agents to move around. Some of them are actually stationed there by the Duke Consort Theron to mess with people, because he gets to know when people are moving stuff through for diplomatic reasons. So you could, if you wanted to talk to someone without directly talking to them, like you wanted to talk to them through their asset, you could do it in the front garden.
No, I get to put a trait because I spent, this is a communication test. I spent momentum on. I get to put a trait on someone. So I was thinking who I would do that. I will put a trait on an asset. Duke Alaric, that he like impressed by consort, or something like that. That the first thing he hears at all about House Bellissima even being on the planet is positive words about the house's consort.
I'll take that, yeah.
All right. As for the 2 bonus, I would like to know if House Malvolus has assets here. And the second one, if that's accepted, might be what the general intentions of their assets in that garden were.
Shockingly, Malvolus has no assets in the front garden.
All right. I will. Since it's me who did this test, can I ask something about related to that, but where I am, not related to what she did?
It depends. We'll see.
I want to knowing that I want to have just like a courtier go out and generally look at House Malvolus's house and see if it's a hive of activity or if it's, quiet as a graveyard.
She could have learned that on her way through the Nobel Suite, because she could have made it an excuse to walk by there. It is, as is tradition, it is a fortress within a fortified city. It looks more like a military base than a house. Though it's not allowed cannon for obvious reasons. But, it looks fortified, but it doesn't look like they're in a tizzy or at alert. But they are in, like, full parade regalia and the finest, shiniest uniforms. And
So they have people there.
Yep.
Okay. Because my first thought when you said they don't have assets there is, oh shit, they're going to attack this world. Which maybe they're still planning on doing, but I just wanted to go double check and be like, oh, House Malvolus, all their people are missing. It's like, has anyone laid eyes
they've
on
abandoned their fort, their multi-million Solari fort. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I've seen Moritani pull this crap. I know exactly what they're going to do.
Inbound. Let's run. All right. I had nothing further related to moving her.
Anything the marshal's up to while you're in the mansion before I look over at the Reverend Mother?
Um, sorry, you were addressing something to the Reverend Mother?
No, I was addressing you. I was seeing if you were
Oh.
doing anything before I went over to the Reverend Mother.
Oh, not right now because we still have Joe present, but
He can
if
be
I get it.
away. He can be away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will privately, quietly express my appreciation to the Volksgrafen. Or yeah. Thank you, Volksgraf, Grafen, for heeding the lesson of Johann's folly.
Oh. In a moment of probably too much honesty, the Volksgrafen says, stewardship of the forest is not a spiritual matter for me. It is a financial matter. Perhaps we will go there sometime and that may change, but the long-term success of the house depends on understanding sap in its production.
My appreciation remains the same. You take the long view wisely. Are you aware of how House Malavolas lost their lost their first stewardship?
I'm sure there was an inordinate amount of artillery involved.
Surprisingly not, actually. It's an interesting story. My people refer to it as Johann's folly. Yours may have a different term for it, but nevertheless, I appreciate your wisdom in taking a long view.
She says something of a minor motto. Actually, not a minor motto. She says the motto of the house, which is, I don't think anyone ever actually wrote down.
You did put it on the sheet? I thought you had.
I didn't, but I'll do it. I'll do it really quickly. Yeah, our forebears build so our descendants can rule. Right.
Mm.
We then look upon the Silvanus Johanna Mershid as she begins striding through the Nobilis Uten. What are you up to, blue-haired demoness you? I mean, Reverend Mother.
Yeah, so she's again just sort of taking in the vibe of this part of the city and seeing if anything of interest pops up or is overheard or is come across.
Give me understanding difficulty 2.
Okay. Understanding truth.
Certainly.
Okay. Truth. I'll spend a momentum for a third die. Espionage for focus, because again, I'm just kind of listening and trying to suss things out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes. There we go, got it.
In the Nobilis Uten, there is a sense of wariness and anticipation among the nobility. Although not directly named in the Declaration of Canley, as ally, if not on a paper banner house of a House of Kaz, on paper, that means you are, and some people have it indeed been sent off to help fight in the Canley conflict between the two great houses, which involves even two more great houses. A changing of leadership of major house in a world makes everyone a little on edge, but everything looks rather peaceable. Everything looks rather orderly. The rumor about the changing of the Reverend Mother and your actual appearance in your new regalia belies to everyone that a lot is going to change. Some people really don't like that. It makes them makes them wary. Others seem to be glad of it, that a change was required. So there are those who are very much friendly to the cause of the change faction, if you will, in Valorian and Arconis, versus the Stay the Course faction in Malvo's.
Okay. Do I see any particular livery being present in here? I mean, besides that of Arconis and their palace guard, is there any other house that seems to be represented here more than others? Or
For a momentum, I'll answer that.
sure.
All four houses have nobility here, especially locals. Like, there's people who work for you who have their own little houses that work, like minor knights and lordlings. There's the Lord Mayor's house you just saw the other day. It's way smaller than the big mansion, but it's still nice. It's a house in the nobilis, right? But the one that stands out to you that seems a lot more present than normal to you are House Carino.
Interesting.
The Emperor's house. So it seems he has... If he doesn't have a full-on asset here, he at least has a much keener eye and ear to the palace city of Silvanus. Like, his presence is a lot more marked. Because there's House Corino people everywhere, because they're the imperial household. But there's a little more here than normal. Like, this is abnormal to even an installation of a steward change.
Yeah, but there was a lot more behind that drew the Emperor's attention. With the alliance of Arconis and Valorian. Which I already know. Okay.
Went from way too cold to way too warm.
So, yeah, I think I'm going to head to our palace now. Catch up with the rest of the crew.
So the three of you are gathered together once more. The House Balesia. The literal House Balesia, I should say.
Yep. How's the tailoring come along of Erica's costume, or whatever we're calling this, regalia?
Finny Jizzard, they don't take anything but themselves seriously.
Oh, sorry, you're having a uniform tailored. All right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Well. A uniform that brings clear attention to successes in the defense of House of Kaz.
So, like, any metal bits except bits that might be rank and have a specific color, why don't you do those in copper? Let's underline what the house really does.
So if I wanted to underline what the house really does, I would wear a giant tube.
Well, fair enough, but...
Shall I fashion a giant tube, Falsgrafen, says the tailor helpfully.
Uh,
The
she
tribes
says, "We're
will
not on
react.
Khitan. Now is not the time to be adventurous."
Oh.
The representatives of the tribes will note the copper, my liege, positively.
All right. You heard the Reverend Mother. The
You heard me. Make it copper.
the brave and the other minor elements can be made a copper hue.
Ah, in the Silvani fashion. No, it certainly can do that.
Excellent.
Falscarvin, would you like me to as well adorn in the luminescent fabrics or a more muted matte copper? I don't know how authentic you want to be. I don't want to overstep myself. Or understep, for that matter, Falscarvin.
I believe people only come to you when they wish to make a statement. I wish to make a statement.
Get the snakes! Getting the snakes, sir! And off he goes. In short
Oh,
order,
God.
they brought along with fabric that gleams in the light. With a soft blue hue.
How lovely.
Lovely is not the emotion that this is supposed to evoke.
It would be an odd choice for a uniform. I agree, my lady.
Ooh, I could add the fangs for an extra bit of bite.
Where-
His
where's-
assistant almost chuckles and gets a glare, and the assistant smartly shuts up.
I'm sorry, Sir Taylor. Are you under the impression that the snake is a vital symbol of House Beleza?
Well, if one wishes to show the ferocity of the luminous snake, then the fangs are a way to highlight the danger of the color. Many people underestimate fluorescent greens.
How did you get from copper decorations to snakes?
He holds it up into the light, and you see that when he kind of shields it a bit and helps like you. Actually, he doesn't shield. He puts a brighter light on it, and then once he has a bright light on the snake, the light blue fades. You can see that the scales are actually a light copper. Actually, it's a kind of copper you've seen before. Yeah.
In the deepest deep?
Yeah.
Oh. I do like
Whatever that is, you know it's hideously expensive.
Right.
That's why he only has a few. He has like 3 snakes total. That's probably his entire personal amount.
I do like that particular alloy of copper. Still not quite sure about the snake. I suppose it could be draped as those. Oh, what do they call those cords that hang from epaulets, my lady?
Or we could do it
You
in
know,
cord,
but-
I suppose.
They're cords.
Right. I don't know. I'm not a military person.
Or a tailor, Reverend Mother.
Well, certainly in my time, I've found that one does not have to be a soldier to appreciate the fit of a uniform.
Mm-hmm. That's fair enough.
So
It is
with Fang
lovely.
or without Falsgrafen?
With, I think.
With, okay. Mind your fingers there, Jeffrey. I'd rather you not keel over on me. I'm kidding. They won't poison you that much.
Worst comes to worst, it appears that you could use these for self-defense, my lady.
As bits of you are, as the suit is, the tailor gets to work and seems rather happy to be using his snakes. He's happy he bought them. He's making his money back on them.
The town seems to be in a generally celebratory mood, my liege, although perhaps a bit cautious. Great change makes people a bit nervous, but overall, at least in this quarter, the mood seems to be largely positive. The Emperor has graced this occasion with several retainers that I have seen out and about. I kind of say significantly to give, a little bit of maybe an idea that if Erica could grasp that, it may not be just here today.
Mm.
Have you had opportunity to meet any of them?
Not as such, not yet. This was just what I noticed in a short stroll that I took. Perhaps I'm sure there will be an opportunity to engage the representatives of House Carino at the various festivities we'll be moving through today.
It is a pressing question how our relationship to the Golden Lion Throne.
Methinks this new alliance between Arconis and Valorian has put the Silvanus system more in his eye than is normally the case.
If you can arrange a meeting, do so. If the Emperor needs a house to do his bidding, I need the Lancerat to censure House Mortani, and for the Emperor not to veto it.
I will see if I can determine who best to speak with, then, if you'll excuse me, my lady.
I make a motion.
Oh, and the uniform looks lovely. Or fierce. She kind of shrugs and makes her way out of the room.
I think it looks both, personally. He says when she's out of what he hopes is out of earshot.
I heard that.
Erica mentions it's hardly either of you that I wish to impress.
Indeed, Falsgrafen.
I would want to say, you are a master of your craft.
Oh, I thank you for noticing, Falsgrafen. It's glad to be acknowledged once in a while.
There's not a statement, that was a question.
Oh, well, yes, I am.
Have you ever considered moving your business to the moon Salutaris?
Well, I actually started my business up on the moon. I serviced the Lord Mayor on the Southern Reach and his family, and then I made enough money there to go on some expeditions for special materials in the deep wood. A bit of a gamble, I admit, but in time I have found myself a few customers among the Savani tribes and here in on the planet. But frankly, Falsgrafen, the only reason I'd ever come back up to the moon is if I was in the service of your family in particular. Anyone lesser is just can't afford me anymore. And I'm not puffing myself out. I know what I'm worth. He nods. His assistants just kind of groan under their breath, like they've heard him go on about this a few times.
I look at him and I say, if anyone of rank makes a positive mention of my attire, the marshal's attire, or my consort's attire, I will send for you.
You say this unto him, and he looks rather hopeful, but as we look forward into the future, people will note it, and remark on it occasionally, but it will not be to the level that you requested. He did his job, but not exceptionally well.
His loss.
Yeah. And that 19 just did you no favors, buddy. I gave you a high number, too. Oh, well.
Yeah. In 10 years, he'll look forlornly at this moment, being like, why didn't I just take a few more risks?
I should have gone for the red. The red. I know it's Malvola's color, but it would have clashed so well with the copper. What a fool I am.
Yeah. Just in a rage, trying to, give a lesson to his apprentice. In a very mournful monologue about what could have been.
But yes.
Or at least that's how Eric is going to have the play commissioned of the mournful tailor.
Any other business in the Nobilis Uten before you attend to the palace?
I don't think so.
Marshall?
None for me.
Reverend Mother?
Nope. I think I am good, although, well, can I find out, let me see if I can maybe create an asset for a contact in Carino's people on planet or in the system.
Okay. I will call that communicate difficulty of 2.
Okay. I'm going to call it duty because I'm doing this at the Fallsgraven's direction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's not my best at difficulty of 2, and I'm going to be rolling. That's not terrible, but still. Okay. Let's do a momentum and 2 threat for 4. I don't think I have any focuses. This is not really espionage. This is more intrigue, politics kind of thing. 3.
Generated 1. Yeah, you're able to make contact. You get some Imperial contacts, at least on Silvanus.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm after, and I need to set up a meeting with one, like for after the events and whatnot, and maybe that takes the form of an invitation to come to Silvanus. I mean to Salutaris. Yeah.
Give me another communicate roll. You've now made it possible to make the invitation.
Okay.
So now it's actually getting them to come because they have. If they're willing to show up for a major house, string up to a minor house.
Okay. I think I'll do duty again. Duty. Neurolinguistics is a focus because I'm putting the idea into their head that this would be a good thing to do.
I would take that, yeah.
What's my diff 2 again?
2, yeah.
Okay. Same again, 1 and 2 for 4. There we go. There's a comp there.
Generate 2 momentum so far. There is a comp. Would you like to buy it off?
We have 11. Sure, I think 13 is an excellent number of threat for anybody to have at any given time.
10. A officer attending, it occurs to you when you speak with this contact that they have all the niceties and wheretofores and such, an appearance of an envoy of the great House Carino, and then his bodyguard beside him, as you make your invitations and implications and neurolinguistics, you kind of learn through the language that you need to be talking to him. He's not wearing obvious rank. If anything, you actually start learning very quickly in the conversation, just by observing him, that he is, despite his uniform being stripped down a bit, he's still wearing a Carino military uniform.
Mm-hmm.
But there's gaps. He's wearing it a little too well. He's wearing it like a high-ranking officer rather than just a guard. And that's when you hear him say, "The envoy will be in attendance, Reverend Mother." And he clears his throat, looks at him, and the envoy just kind of blinks at him and, okay, nods at him. "Yes, of course, we will attend once the stewardship is
Of course,
solidified."
we are all very busy today, of course, and feel free to bring whatever security you think is appropriate, although there is no reason to be concerned for anyone's safety on Silvanus. And when I mentioned the security, I switch my attention to the guard and finish out that statement.
The Orange Bible teaches us, Reverend Mother, that one must always be wary for the greater threat, wherever it may dwell. Although, of course, correct me if I have misread the passages.
No, and what a pleasure to see that a man of arms takes such care to remain steeped in the scriptures.
How can one command men without knowing God's commandment?
Hmm.
The envoy just kind of looks very uncomfortable about this conversation and where it's going. Like they really want to leave, but they can't.
Faith moves armies as well as mountains, although which can be more powerful in a given moment is up to circumstance and God.
Hmm. Walk in the light of the Lord, Reverend Mother.
Blessings upon you and your house. Long may the Emperor reign.
He salutes at that enjoiner. The envoy just kind of, he kind of mimics it, but he's very much, you get the feeling, no, he's not the power player here at all. He's out of his depth completely, and it's not caught on what you're talking about. Beyond.
Fair enough. So yeah, I will, having arranged that, I'll go back and look for an opportunity as we're all gathering to let the Falsgrafen know that we'll be meeting with the appropriate person. And I'll fill her in on the exact details of who's the actual genius behind that is once we're in more private situations.
Tailoring is done. The clothing is assembled. A message is relayed to the Falsgrafen that your agent is in the Steward's throne hall. And who is she to try to engage with there?
Priority is House. What's Duke Alaric's house?
Valorian.
Okay, House Valorian, and then House Mulvolus, and the other priority is highest ranking member. So right, there's kind of a matrix there. Duke Alaric would obviously be at the top, but if he's not available, then just go down the list of important members of House Valorian and House Malvolus and find the most important person you can.
If you want her to speak to get to the as close to the throne as possible, to speak with those of House Valorian, this would be, I would say, move or communicate. Difficulty. 4, because she is a mere consort and the ruler has not shown. So her approaching she can get away with it if she's careful, but she might get turned away. If she wants to talk with Malvolus, it's only difficulty of 3. Part of it is because it would be 2, but Malvolus is in a bad mood, so she has to be careful not to accidentally tick him off and get shooed off. And below that, if she's talking to the Wind Whispers or the Judge of Change, it's only difficulty 2 because they're near the front of the hall, so it's easier for her to just get to them.
What is the skill?
Move or communicate.
All right. Communicate.
Actually, I'll knock it down to 3 because you gave impressed by consort. So Duke Elric might give her a bit of a break because he might have heard of her and go, you know what, I'm fine. It's okay.
Communicate power as she tries to convey again, not on her own right, but through Erica's right to be taken seriously. Because I'm not rolling as her. This is Erica using her as an asset.
I will actually waive off the use of power because your statement contradicts what's happening. I can be advised that my word is final and absolute. In the face of Duke Eric, that falls flat. Unless you're trying to show a force around him. Like you're trying to show that your house is better than his. So you won't be able to, you have to use something other than power. I was trying to think if I can compel it, but I don't think there's no great reason to compel you. Because you weren't aiming to take the stewardship, so it doesn't make sense to compel you to be forceful.
What? I'm struggling to think how to sell any of the others.
When at a loss, you go to the higher of your non-statements. So fault of faith would be the closest thing. You just believe she's gonna be able to carry this out.
Oh, if part of this, if this is mostly about ensuring that she completes the task given to her, then I would do duty. Because that's not my relationship to Alaric, that's my relationship to her.
Which is fair, yeah, I don't see it contradicting things. I'll also tempt you with I'll tempt you with a determination point to automatically fail this. As she kind of might back off out of sheer, you know what? I'm gonna wait till the ruler gets here. You don't have to do it. I'm just offering a determination point to fall on that particular sword.
I think not. Mostly because um, she, as an asset, has the trait unquestionable loyalty. I mean, loyal. Yeah, loyal. She has the talent unquestionably loyal, and on order in acting on behalf of Erica. Erica has the trait impulsive, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I
It makes
feel like
sense.
pretty much everything is pushing in the opposite direction, that she's going to do what Erica asks, and Erica is impulsive enough to think that she's justified in getting an audience.
Okay, I'll take that. I wanted to extend the offer. And who's she aiming for? Is she aiming for the Duke's House Valorian?
Yeah, because the other Duke is uh ironically only a consort. Right? Um I would be eventually interested to touch base with Lady Seraphana, but she holds no her only power is over Alaric in her willingness or ability to give an heir, right? She has no power in relation to House Bellissima. She has power within her own within this within Alaric's house. She has no power outside of the house, right? So Alaric is who Eric is most interested in
Very good.
treating with. All right.
Difficulty 3 because of the trait you created earlier. Eric has heard of her long before she entered the room, which is a good sign.
I will spend determination. I will also buy a third dice.
For 2 momentum, I presume.
Yep. Focus in diplomacy.
Yes.
That's 4.
Generate 1.
And do I get the benefit of her quality 2?
You do.
Okay.
You have 2 flute.
First thing is I get to create a free trait upon Alaric, which reflects Erica's influence upon his thoughts or mood. The trait will be unquestioned loyalty. Like when he thinks of House Bellissima, or at least of Erica, he thinks of them as loyal, even though he hasn't actually like looked into it.
Like loyal to him? Or to his house?
To as a vassal to the house, right? So I don't know how to answer that other than yes, right? To him as the person sitting in the steward's chair.
Right. I'll take loyal vassal, that he has that impression of her.
I will
L, because you see P. Well, L.
Yeah. So that's all I'm gonna do for now.
Those 2 poof.
Didn't I spend them? Did I not spend them? Okay. I will spend them. What as they prepare for this ceremony, what is the prevailing emotion towards Duke Alaric of the Duke Arconus? Like, is he looking at him with glee, in marital bliss? Is it some negative emotion that might
I would
convey
say
this
he
is
looks to him with a deep fondness.
okay?
It's a
Well,
mix
it
of
seems-
romantic, but also an age-old friendship.
Okay, so this looks like the rare scenario of a financially beneficial and emotionally beneficial marriage.
Mm-hmm. This does
The
not
second
happen
one-
often in the Imperium. It almost never happens. In contrast, the
was about to
Battle
say-
of House Ikaz, that was caused because Duke Leto was going to marry an Ikaz woman, and she was murdered. So he didn't get to marry a woman he loved, which...
I mean, Galia is very aware of this.
yeah.
The other one will be spent towards Lady Seraphina's feelings towards Duke Alaric.
This one's a lot more, it is a warm friendship, but the light of romance isn't there.
So she is fond of him beyond this being a business arrangement.
Yeah, like they're friends.
Okay.
Like she considers him a good friend of hers, if not one of her best friends. But romance, like, look, if we weren't all nobles doing stuff, no, we wouldn't be doing anything.
Okay. Okay. Yep, that's it.
Oh, look, Theron. The Lady Gallia you were telling me about. Well, it is. Lady Franca Gallia, I believe. Oh, sorry, we're talking about you like you're not here. That's rude of us. Apologies. Greetings upon you, Lady Gallia. You may rise, it's fine.
She will do so.
And what has you so boldly striding up to the Silvanus throne, ahead of the Falsgrafen?
This is where I ask just a general mechanics question. I haven't paid for her to actually act as a supporting character, only as an asset. So I just at a
You can roleplay as her, but she is
okay.
she's only acting on your order, so she can't. If she's stuck, she's kind of stuck, hoping that you gave her good instructions before she got here.
Okay. All right. So what did you say?
What brings you ahead of the Falsgrafen? You're in such a rush.
The Falsgrafen wished to be secure in the knowledge that you not only would receive her here, but privately, as doubtfully you wish to discuss many things.
Gives a look over at the Duke Consort Theron. He just kind of gives him a look, and he shrugs. They look over at Lady Seraphina. He looks over. Perhaps time could be made. The Falsgrafen is fresh from the front. Theron sits back a bit. I agree, Eric. I mean, it's not like she has much to discuss, I imagine, both for Salutaris and Silvanus. Eric nods. And... we will make what time we can. There is much to do today in the installation, but I think some moments can be spared for the new Falsgrafen. If nothing else, I should really give her congratulations. I did miss out on... And then he starts saying that Theron just gives him a nudge. I heard that some things have happened on Salutaris, and I'm sure she has much to discuss, and I believe that I put foot in my mouth, so I think I'll just simply say yes. That is very smart of you, my duke. It says Theron, and Seraphina just shakes her head like, you dunce.
Because Galia highly values the truth, regardless of its nature. She will say, it would have been noble and valuable to have your presence as justice had to be met out, and people are always happy to see that justice is done with the steward's approval.
Eric,
Certain
for all his levity, grims, stares, and measures her. Justice, you say? This is first I'm hearing of it, but I will save my query for the Falsgrafen. There are things that only rulers may speak of confidently, if you'll forgive me for the interruption. You immediately see Theron kind of lean over to one of his envoys, whisper into the ear, and off one of them goes to go look into something. Did you have any requests, Lady Galia? There are others who are waiting in line behind you. Not to rush you. You're allowed to ask for things. You did pay your respects. As he gives a glare to the people waiting behind her, several feet where the guards are standing, and as if reminding them, she's having her turn, wait. Like he looks annoyed with whoever's trying to rush you.
Trying to think what else we might be interested in. I would I would like to have can I have her ask a question on Erica's behalf?
Certainly could.
I want her to inquire to the Duke that he's confident there isn't going to be a violent reaction from the previous steward, but I don't want to say that in an offensive way. Like that's why I'm asking for Erica to do it, not for her, because Erica can use innuendo, right, to say like, "Are you sure this?"
Give me communicate. It's going to be opposed by Duke Malvolus. He might catch what Lady Galia is actually asking.
Okay,
because he can hear this.
Communicate justice, because it is this is one of Alaric's vassals, ensuring that he is doing that he is upholding the law, because it would be illegal for Malvolis to do anything here because he hasn't declared Conley.
One advancement point, because I bought a full mid for the Duke Malvolus.
Okay.
And I'll take Justice. I follow your logic. Like, that's why you're asking him.
All right. Innuendo, because I do not want to insult the Duke by asking him this outright where he can't dance around it.
Yeah.
I will spend. Yeah, I'll spend 1 and 5. Because I don't want to get nuked. Why is 6 dice an option? Isn't 5 the max?
5 is the max, yeah.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Oof.
Oh, he might actually have done it, depending on if
Wow.
he had a focus.
Got a comp though.
Oh
I'll
no,
buy-
even if he had a focus.
I'll buy that off.
Yeah, if he has a focus, I think he's got it. If not, then...
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
Heck, I get my 2 threat back. Lady Franca Gallia. Perhaps you misunderstand your position. I will take your query as a misunderstanding of etiquette in a high court. I implore you, for your own safety, step to line and be quiet. Or by God's good grace, I will show you what a duel looks like.
I am going to use Erica's ability, Subtle Words, to put a trait on Duke Alaret that he is a trait of incensed at Malvolus. Because he's been nothing but impressed and cordial with Erica, and now someone's making accusations. Even if he has outmaneuvered her, that may not be how the Duke sees it.
Duke Malvolus, I am sure that threats don't need to be spoken here on a happy day. The Lady Gallia has become overexcited in the presence of the throne. So, in the spirit of God's mercy, I implore you to please step back and let me handle it. Duke Corvin steps forward like he looks pissed right now. And one of his officers stops him and just mutters something to his ear. Malvolus glares across the room. The whole room's super tense. All the guards are super tense. Seraphina's glaring at Gallia. Theron just kind of... He's gone a little colder and he's watching her carefully. And then Malvolus gets back in line.
Gallia will bow deeper than is normally expected. Half as an apology, half as a show of deference, and will adjourn to the crowd.
Does she go all the way out to the front garden, or does she take a spot among the place that's reserved
stays in
for you
here.
guys?
Yeah, stays here because we're coming here.
Which uncomfortable place for her because she's across the hall from the Malvolus retainers. I'm gonna...
I mean, maybe not, because by virtue of being with Erica, she's been, although she is not a soldier, she's been in the middle of a war of assassins for several years.
Yeah. This is pretty tame in comparison.
Yeah.
No one's here to kill her, they're just yelling really loud.
Where she was 2 weeks ago, he would have just stepped out and, like, stabbed her.
I will add a keyword to her. As daring.
A keyword to her is an asset or a trait, a personality trait, or both.
I'll let you choose. It can either be as an asset or a personality trait. She's seen at court as an especially daring noble because she was very close to being pulled into a personal duel. And she managed to worm her way out of it. That was very close for her. I'll also note that she has some Malvolus now has animosity to her in particular.
I'll add it as a trait because she's already pretty decent as an asset, but why not make her even more stupidly overpowered as a supporting character when I'm willing to pay an arm and a leg for it? Which I guess being that's not what overpowered means, because she does cost exactly what she's worth. So,
but in due time, the three of you begin your approach of the Palace Silvanus through its front garden. People, rather unlike agents, you as grand architects of the most powerful houses in the local area, you three are given room. You are given space. And already the three of you can hear murmurs of, that's the house Lady Gallia's from. Oh, the one that insulted the Duke. How daring of them. Murmur,
Erica's like, God damn it. That was not the mission.
As a couple Malvolus soldiers glare in your direction, but others kind of give them someone gives them a stern stomp on the foot and a death glare of don't you dare look at a noble like that. It's like, that's not your place. It's like, oh, sir, it's lots of... You get the feeling if they were back at their house, they'd be drill sergeant shouted at, but they're in a garden, you know. They're not going to get yelled at here because it would disrupt the guests. But they're probably going to get yelled at and told to do PT for the next month just for looking at you that way. Because, that's the Landsrat frowns on such attitudes to nobility, to put it mildly. But the entry into the Steward's throne hall will have to wait. Ooh, boy. So, some plans were made. Some things were learned back on Salutaris, and the grand entrance of the party of House Beleza begins. probably next week. We are gonna have. I think next week we're gonna have everybody? Question mark.
Hopefully.
Hmm.
Yes, I should be here anyway.
So the plan was to do house actions. Then we might still do that next week. But we have to resolve what's happened in the palace because there's lots of intrigue that can happen here. Heck, you saw just a snippet of just getting through the front door how much of a annoyance moving around in this city is. But hey, it's the capital of the whole system, so it's going to be a little tricky, especially on such an important day. But that'll be it. That'll be all for now. For all of you watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And we'll see you all next time.
Bye.
I thought Lady Gallia was gonna die. I was like, no, don't fail this roll. Why did the... He's not even good at seeing things. I just rolled really good. He's usually oblivious. I'm like, no, he understood. No. His solution to the problem is to kill her. The power of subtle words, I guess.